those were only surveys that was meant for a political benefit. It is just to divide the country. He also stated that Congress has opposed that in the past. He gave reference of 2010 when then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh also mentioned about caste census. But after getting demands from different parts of the country and looking at the elections ahead of Bihar as well, now the decision has been taken by the cabinet that has finally gone ahead and stated that in the upcoming census it will be more transparent and transparency is something that he focused on because it was just surveys meant for political benefits that the Congress ruled states, including Telangana and others have done, but that's not a caste census. But the Union Cabinet had gone ahead and now approved the caste census, which will start from 1st of January 2026, is something which is a huge decision by the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs, which met after 2019 for the first time under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi today.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Also, Aishwarya, stay with us. I'll keep coming back to you. Let me also get in some more voices here. CA Pradeep Bhatti of the Samajwadi Party joins us now. Thank you, Mr. Bhatti, for joining us. This is an important day. This is something that you would have wanted, but the central government announcing a caste census, is this a direct blow on the PDA narrative that Akhilesh Yadav and Samajwadi Party has been also talking about? Because when you talk about minorities, Dalit community and also the OBC community, caste census has been one of their major demands, and now the centre saying that it will do it. It will enumerate castes in a much more transparent manner. This also shows that the BJP is hoping to, at least wanting to, blunt the opposition's narrative when it comes to social justice.
First of all, this demand was long pending. We have been demanding this since, if I remember it correctly, on 16 December 2000, Honorable late Mulayam Singh ji actually stated that this is required and this is the demand of the day. And it is pending from last 25 years. Today also, we have seen from last 11 years, government has only done lip service when it comes to the caste census. Otherwise, it would have done in the last 11 years. In 2019 also, Rajnath Singh ji said that it will be done very shortly in 2019, and again the 6th year has gone. So we hardly believe that government actually do the walk the talk and they will do this caste census, because they are very well aware that they do not want to give rights to the all the Pichda and Dalits, the PDA. And for us, PDA is not only a poll gimmicks. It is more related to the welfare of the people of this country, who are lagged behind because of many reasons. Their voice has to be heard, and it has not been done in this government. If you see in the entire government, you have not seen any good initiative has been taken for their welfare. If you see the last time the recruitments happened in Uttar Pradesh, 19,000 seats of OBCs were not given to them, and even the High Court and the OBC Commission stated that the rights of getting these seats, vacancies, were not given to them. So these kind of things which we see keep on happening in this tenure of Modi government. And if this mindset still remains, the only we as an opposition party expect that this time they'll get some sense and they will actually do it. And
but sir, the process when it begins will also send out a message that the BJP is showing its commitment and is ready to walk that mile when it comes to enumerating castes. It's going to be a humongous exercise, because even in 2011, when the data was enumerated, there was a lot of confusion over multiplicity of communities. But clearly those logistical challenges is something that the party, the government will be dealing with. Let me bring in my colleague once again here. Aishwarya, please tell us the big takeaways from what Ashwini Vaishnaw said today, because the government is very mindful of the fact that this demand had been raised by the opposition, but it wants to do things differently. It does not want to conduct a survey. It does not want to do what happened in 2011, where you conduct the SECC, but you don't release the data because there's confusion over multiplicity of castes. So clearly, the government wants to ensure that this process has, an end to it. At the same time, this will also probably make all of us think if there's going to be proportional representation, if there's going to be a rejig of quotas. So clearly, BJP trying to own that caste narrative, the reservation narrative, something that probably led to the BJP facing a setback in 2024 elections of Lok Sabha. Tell us, how is the political messaging in this so evident? What made the BJP sit up and take note of caste census as an important demand?
Well, massive political row will erupt from here on. Now, already the Congress and opposition parties are claiming that it is their demand and finally government has to bow down in front of them. And it is Rahul Gandhi, since the beginning of these elections, of the general elections, he was demanding from the government that there should be caste census. He was referring to the top bureaucracy where there are no OBCs, a minimal of OBCs, Dalits in the top administration. And therefore, the reason perhaps he mentioned while giving out that statement that he read both in English and Hindi and stated that it was Congress party who opposed the caste census at different times. He mentioned about 2010 when Manmohan Singh also rigged up this issue, but it was the opposition who was not ready for it. And it is him who has stated that several states who had conducted the caste survey is just for the political benefits. It's the political tool that the Congress party wanted to win the elections, and that's the motive of the opposition parties had been. They had not conducted in a transparent manner these surveys as well in the recent past year. And mentioning about the Constitution of India, he said that the caste census is a union subject, and it is the central government who has to decide about conducting the caste based survey or census for that matter. It is the government of India today, the CCPA, which was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has unanimously taken a decision that that there will be a caste-based survey in the country that will start from 1st of January 2026. But of course, looking at the elections, including the states of Bihar and West Bengal in the upcoming years, this will play a huge role, as certainly it remains to be seen that how officially these opposition parties react now.
Right, a big political move by the Modi government here, announcement of caste census. Remember, this is a double-edged sword, because this could also ensure that the number of caste communities that the parties were hoping for could be altered. But remember, this is a thought that the BJP has had for several years, and there's been a lot of thought that's been put into the feasibility of conducting a caste census. When you speak to government sources, they've been thinking about this for a long time, and this also happens even as Karnataka and Telangana have already come out with their caste surveys. But remember, there's also been discord amongst many of these states. Many of these states have also announced subcategorization of the SC community. Caste census has been one of the main pitches of the Congress party. But remember, when it comes to the SC, ST, OBC communities, the BJP has projected itself as the only party that is committed to the welfare of these communities, which is what has also been reflected in the representation that the Modi government has done, which has also been expressed in the way the president of the country comes from the ST community, and also the president before Draupadi Murmu was somebody from the SC community. So the BJP has been making it very clear that when it comes to the welfare of the SC, ST communities and the OBC communities, BJP is the only party that looks at it holistically. But caste census was one thing that was missing in its arena of options, that it was initiatives that it had extended to its governance, but now that has been adopted. Pradeep Bhati, back to you. Like I said, the BJP had a lot going on its side, be it representation, be it welfare, that has also really reached out to a lot of deprived sections of the society. But caste census was something that it was very suspect of, because I think the logistical challenges and the political fallout of it was something that could have played on its mind. But now the party is sure that it wants to own this narrative. Does this also mark a threat for you? Because At the end of the day, Samajwadi Party relies on a lot of caste votes, and your PDA narrative also really worked for you in the Lok Sabha elections. But with the BJP going aggressive on caste census, do you see that getting blunted?
See, we are, if this is actually being done, we will be much more than happy. But we still doubt, because as I said earlier, that government is giving dates and making false commitment from last 11 years, and they are actually not doing that. And Bihar election, and after that UP election a year after that, is the main motive behind it. Because if you see, if they are so concerned about it, these are the government which has toppled these governments which has given reservation in the past, may it be Kapuri Thakur government or BP Singh government. And the BJP is the one who has toppled that government. And before forming of BJP, it was the Jan Sangh. So this is their past. And if you see from the job opportunities point of view, nothing has been given. If you see today, a lot of vacancies are still not been filled, and all the vacancies, mostly vacancies related to the backward caste and the ST and SCs. These are being set free, is been given to the upper caste, or they are been named as not found suitable. So this is the main problem.
Points, and you're saying that this has to happen first for you to understand the merits of it. Thank you so much for joining us with your views. Uma Sudhir joins us from Telangana. Uma, Telangana has also been in some ways a model state. It has had the caste survey and also the subcategorization of the SC community. How is the Congress party looking at the centre today announcing a caste census and saying that caste enumeration will be part of the upcoming upcoming census, which will be done soon? How is the Congress party looking at this, and also help us understand the context of the politics that's about to play out on this?
Yeah. Vasudha, the Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy, has been speaking about this caste census and about Telangana being ahead of the curve for quite some time now, because he moved very, very quickly in order to get this caste survey done in Telangana, and he believes that he has used the most scientific kind of methodology so that it does not get challenged in court. And while, yes, subcategorization of SCs, that's also something on which the state of Telangana moved very fast, and for increasing the the quota for the OBCs, all that was something that Telangana did much ahead of others. And the difference between, say, Telangana and Karnataka is that Karnataka's data is old and Telangana's data is fresh, new, and that is why, Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has been talking about this as a trendsetter for the rest of the country. In fact, one of the demands of the state government when it passed that resolution in the assembly as well was to say that the centre must include caste in the census that is conducted next, because he keeps repeatedly pointing out that the last caste census in fact happened.
Just hold on to your thought. I'll just come back to you. Let me just get in Guru Prakash Paswan here. He's a spokesperson of the BJP. Guru, I'm sure this is a happy day for you, because caste is a reality of this country, and caste census is obviously going to help us understand how representation works and what more is needed. How do you see this announcement by the government today?
No, I think it was in the offing, and social justice has been one of the key priorities of the Modi government and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Our ideologue Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay have always spoken about Antyodaya, Pankti mein khade antim vyakti ka kalyan. This was in the offing, and our senior leadership from the party, from the government, has always said that caste census would be done. We have to wait for the appropriate time. This is the appropriate time. Social justice is the flavor of the season. Social justice in the last 10 years has been seen in action. We have seen an Adivasi ki beti reaching the highest constitutional office. We have seen a person from an extremely humble background, from Ati Pichhdi Jati, becoming one of the most powerful Prime Minister of our country. So I think it is the flavor, it is appropriate. The whole country, especially the marginalized community, the socially disadvantaged groups, they are welcoming this decision, they are embracing this decision with an open arms. It is historic, it is remarkable, it is a real tribute to Baba Saheb Ambedkar.
Right. Guru, you've also seen the caste survey being conducted in the state of Bihar, from where you come from. Is proportional representation coming back in this country? And also, there are mistakes that one needs to learn from the 2011 SECC, because of the multiplicity and confusion that prevailed over the caste enumeration. The data was not released for a long time. Tell me, what kind of logistical challenges are we looking at, and how prepared should the government be?
The fact that the government took so much time, the fact that all the technical requirements were taken into consideration, and the Honorable Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnaw, has categorically said that in the enumeration category, there would be one more column which would be caste. And I think the government is prepared. There is absolutely no lack of preparedness when it comes to the logistical point of view. When you speak of proportional representation, I think it is still something which is for the future. I don't think it's appropriate for us to make a comment on it now.
Right. Thank you. My last question to you, Guru. What kind of socio-political fallout of this do you expect? Because when the caste survey report was leaked, even in Karnataka, we did see discord amongst Congress party leaders. What kind of socio-political ramifications can you see in the society when the data comes out or when the process is on, and what should we guard against?
I ask you a counter question. Have you seen any socio-political fallout within the Bharatiya Janata Party with respect to any policy decision? Absolutely not. We are not the Congress party. When the Congress party takes a decision, it's not in tandem with the party and the government. But when the Bharatiya Janata Party takes a decision, it is with full confidence and the dedication of the party workers. Be rest assured there would be absolutely no fallout. As with respect to the society is concerned, I think Hindu unity has been one of the key objectives, and we are united. Yes, there is an issue called caste, and caste would be enumerated and would be used for good governance and welfare purposes.
Right. Thank you, Guru, for joining us with those very important insights. Remember that this decision has also been made by the Modi government. This is the first time the government has announced caste census. Incidentally, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, also met the Prime Minister yesterday. And going back to our reporters now, it's an important day because a very important political move has been made by the Modi government. Let me get in Uma before she leaves. Uma, you were finishing your point. Tell us, how has the Congress projected itself as the only party that has been wanting, the enumeration of caste? But clearly here the BJP has attempted to blunt its narrative by announcing a nationwide caste census and saying that census is a union subject and it will deal with this in a transparent manner.
So Rahul Gandhi has been speaking about his own caste census as something that is showing that it is discriminatory, and for Telangana, which is a Congress-ruled state, to be one of the first to implement in that sense a very scientific kind of a enumeration exercise. So while the announcement has been made, obviously it's going to be a massive exercise where you have to take care of multiple factors and also the kind of challenges that, say, a state like Telangana had to face while putting together its caste census. And I must point out that nearly 1 lakh people were put on the job. Enumerators were put on the job. They were trained about how this is to be done and how the figures were to be matched and updated each day online as well, and with a provision open for people to be able to go back and do it online as well in case they were not available when physically people came in to collect the data from the people. So from the Chief Minister to everyone down the line participated in this kind of an exercise that of course is only a survey, because as you mentioned, census is a union subject and the state can only carry out a survey. But this is certainly politically extremely sensitive, and this is something that the Congress was hoping to make as its trump card in many senses by saying that we are bringing in a caste survey and being able to implement it. If they were able to show such kind of an implementation, say in a Telangana or in a Karnataka, the Congress-ruled states, then they would be able to say that this is what we intend to do for the rest of the country as well. In that sense, BJP is stealing its thunder and announcing a caste census themselves, and to ensure that there is, that justice is done or the benefits of welfare reach every subsection of the population in proportion to their vulnerability, one, and in proportion to their numbers, because each of the castes or subcastes, as we know, has multiple subcastes, and therefore to be able to reach out to each one of them and do justice to each one of them, that's what caste census is expected to ultimately do.
That's a very important point. Thank you, Uma, for joining us. Remember, the caste census was conducted in 1941, but of course the data was never published, something that we saw in 2011 as well. But it was also in 1951 that was decided to collect data, but not based on caste. My colleague Deepak Bopanna joins us from the state of Karnataka. Deepak, you're joining us from Bengaluru, which is a city that saw the fallout of what really happened when caste survey data was collected. A leaked report also showed discord amongst Congress party members, because every party representative, every caste representative also wants to belong to a community that's predominant. Tell us, how is the Congress party in Karnataka, which actually is reflected in the leadership? You know, you have an OBC chief minister there coming from, the OBC community, Siddaramaiah. How is the Congress party looking at this announcement, and what is expected next?
Well, we're awaiting an official response from the Congress party. Any of its ministers haven't yet spoken, because they'll really have to go through what exactly the centre has in plan, and more importantly, how this will fare for the state of Karnataka. Because here for the Congress government, which has come out with a report, that too after nearly a decade, because in 2015 was when Mr. Siddaramaiah, during his first regime as a Chief Minister of Karnataka, commissioned this survey. It was termed as a socio-economic survey.
Deepak, you will have to just wait for a bit. Pawan Kheda of the Congress party national spokesperson joins us now. Thank you, Mr. Kheda, for joining us on NDTV. How do you see this big announcement by the BJP today? Modi government all set to conduct caste census. This in some ways is also to strengthen the government's government's belief that it's the only party, it's the only government that cares about the welfare of SC/ST OBCs. Do you see this blunting Rahul Gandhi's caste narrative?
Well, it's also the only government which kept opposing Rahul Gandhi's demand for a caste census. In fact, they also went to the Supreme Court opposing it. So now this U-turn is very interesting. I hope it's not just headline management, because the government is completely cornered. And if it's just headline management, then, well, what do we say about it? But if they mean business, then they should first tell us why were they opposing it all along.
Right. Mr. Kheda, how do you also see Mr. Vaishnav's criticism of the moves that Congress party has done in several states, saying that surveys are not scientific and they are not the best way to enumerate caste?
I mean, Mr. Vaishnav, who's he to even call our surveys unscientific when this government could not even do a simple 2021 census? We are in middle of 2025 and we don't know where the 2021 census is.
Right. My last question to you, sir. How do you see this play out? Do you think that proportional representation is going to be a reality in this country, and what would be the Congress's response to that?
At least we should struggle with sincerity to make it a reality. At least the Congress has done it, and we are sure that we are the only party which is in a position to do it, and we'll do it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kheda, for joining us. Yes, sir. Please go on. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. With that, it's time for a short break. We will be back in just a bit.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
Right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Well, welcome back. Modi government has made a very important political announcement today. Caste census will be conducted. In fact, caste will be enumerated as part of the upcoming census, which is all set to be held shortly. This announcement was made by Railway Minister, also Minister for IT and I&B Ashwini Vaishnaw. He has also taken on the Congress party, saying that all the surveys, caste surveys that the Congress party has done in states such as Telangana, Karnataka, and even in 2011, the SECC have not been scientific, and they have only created more divisions in the country. And he has said that the Modi government is mindful of the challenges and will conduct caste census in a transparent manner, and it will only strengthen the government's commitment to reach out to SC, ST, OBC communities, to deprived sections of the society, and will create no divisions in society. A big announcement by the Modi government today: caste census, caste enumeration as part of the upcoming census, and this comes even as the country is mourning the aftermath of the Pulwama attacks. 26 innocent lives have been lost, and Modi government has made this very important announcement of enumerating caste as part of its next census. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India.
Welcome back. Important move announced by the Modi government today. Caste enumeration will be part of the upcoming caste census. This is a political move with a lot of social ramifications. Remember, this has been an important demand of the Congress party that has been led by Rahul Gandhi. He has been demanding a caste census, but the BJP has also been showcasing itself as the only party that understands the needs and demands of the SC/ST OBC communities. And this is for the first time that the Modi government has announced a caste census. Caste will be enumerated as part of the upcoming census. It's going to be a huge logistical challenge. Remember, in 2011, the multiplicity of castes that was taken as part of data during census could not be revealed, which is why there were several logistical challenges. The Modi government has finally made up its mind. It has also studied all the challenges, and this is a big political move before Bihar polls and also after what we saw in Lok Sabha elections of 2024. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word.
The government's big caste census move coming ahead of Bihar elections clears caste census. The announcement made during the cabinet briefing today, and this has blunted the opposition's caste plank and the Congress's demand for a caste census. It's been a day of key meetings for Prime Minister Modi in the wake of the Pahalgam attack and the tensions with Pakistan. After two top security meetings, the Prime Minister also went into a huddle with his top ministers. The government revamps the National Security Advisory Board after the Pahalgam terror attack. Former RAW Chief Alok Joshi is appointed as the chairman of the body. The Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee inaugurates the massive Jagannath Temple in Digha. Mamata Banerjee says, invite everyone to see the temple. The BJP hit back, saying Digha is a cultural center, not a temple. In Bangladesh, a former ISKCON priest gets bail after a gap of 6 months. He was arrested on charges of sedition. Now he has made bail. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut, and our big breaking story that we're tracking right now, our top story, a big announcement by the government. A caste census will take place in the upcoming census exercise. The announcement made by Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw just a short while ago during the cabinet briefing. At 4 o'clock, he said the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs that met earlier today decided to include caste enumeration in the forthcoming census exercise. Now, this comes months before the critical assembly elections in Bihar and also blunts the Congress's campaign, the opposition's campaign demanding a caste census and attacking the government over this. It also, the Congress ruled Karnataka and Telangana, in fact, had already conducted a caste enumeration exercise, and now the government making this big announcement of a caste census. Remember, the last caste census was back in 1931. There had been a caste census
census in 2011, but that was never made public. It was a socio-economic census, and that data had never been released. Let's first listen in to Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw. Remember, we were expecting some announcement given the tensions with Pakistan after Pahalgam and the series of meetings that were held. And just at the end of that press conference, where there were announcements on roads and sugarcane, etc., came the announcement that the caste census would be included in the upcoming census exercise.
It is well understood that Congress and its India alliance partners have used caste census only as a political tool to ensure that a social fabric is not disturbed by politics. Caste enumeration should be transparently included. I'm emphasizing the word transparently included in the census instead of surveys. This will strengthen the social and economic structure of our society while the nation continues to progress. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Cabinet Committee of Political Affairs has decided today, that is 30th April 2025, that caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
इन लोग हैं, कौन लोग हैं नाला साफ करने वाले लोग? तो उनको हम लोगों को मुख्य धारा में लाना है, उनको आगे लेकर के चलना है, बराबरी का मौका देना है. तो बिना डेटा के तो हो नहीं सकता. तो जब डेटा आएगा तो उस हिसाब से प्रोग्राम्स भी होने चाहिए. तो हम लोगों की जो लड़ाई है, आज भारत सरकार भले ही कितनी बार इन लोगों ने पार्लियामेंट में मना किया, प्रधानमंत्री जी से हम लोग स्वयं गए थे मिलने, तब मना किया गया. बिहार सरकार ने अपने बलबूते जो है हम लोगों ने कराया. आज उसी को देखा देखी ये लोग कर रहे हैं.
कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग की जीत है, आप ये कहना
एकदम जीत है. और असली जीत तब होगी जब इस डेटा के आधार पर बजट बनेगा और उसी डेटा के आधार पर पिछड़ा अति पिछड़ों की सीटों को आरक्षित किया जाएगा.
बीजेपी तो चलिए कह रही है कि हमारी केंद्र में सरकार है, हमने किया या मोदी जी ने फैसला लिया. जेडीयू भी कह रही है कि हमारी जीत है ना कि आपकी जीत है.
तो काहे नहीं आरक्षण लागू कर देंगे. हम तो बिहार सरकार से और केंद्र सरकार से मांग करते हैं कि विशेष सत्र चालू कीजिए. यहाँ विधानसभा का एक दिन का पार्लियामेंट का. जो कानून 65% जो हम लोगों ने आरक्षण बढ़ाया था उसको 75 करके लाइए. हम लोग पास करके भेजते हैं और आप शेड्यूल लाइन में डाल दीजिए. हम तो तब मानेंगे.
बिहार विधानसभा चुनाव पे.
All right, Tejashwi Yadav, they're talking about, back when they were in government with the JDU, and when the Bihar government had conducted that caste survey in the state and how the center had opposed it in the Supreme Court. But let's now go across to all our reporters on this very big breaking story with the center announcing this caste survey. Aishwarya joining us, Prabhakar there from Bihar, and Uma joining us from Hyderabad. And Uma, first you, we heard Ashwini Vaishnaw also in a sense discount the caste surveys, just surveys he called them, that were done by the state, because we do know Congress ruled Karnataka and Telangana have both conducted these caste surveys. It's been a big campaigning plank of the Congress party.
So the announcement comes just ahead of Bihar elections, and of course it is trying to steal the thunder of the Congress, which has, as you rightly mentioned, been campaigning for nationwide caste census, and that's something that even Telangana and Karnataka have been multiple times demanding. And Revanth Reddy, who has in fact conducted the most latest kind of a scientific exercise, as he calls it, an enumeration of caste. Census, of course, is a union subject, and therefore it is up to the centre to in fact include caste within the parameters of conducting the census, which is meant to be now done in 2026, and now the government preparing for it. So politically, the Congress certainly will say that they were the ones who had put this on the national agenda, because Rahul Gandhi has been saying that his own caste survey has shown discrimination, and it is only through a caste census that the discriminated sections can get proportional representation based on not just the population but on their vulnerability as well. and therefore the Congress in that sense will claim credit. But I would think that the BJP led by Mr. Narendra Modi has actually stolen the thunder of the Congress by actually announcing a caste census now to be undertaken across the country, and therefore saying that they are going to be giving justice to all sections of the population in proportion to their representation in the population itself. So if Karnataka about 10 years ago had conducted that kind of a survey and it only came up now for discussion in the cabinet and subsequently for taking it further, Telangana of course was fast to do it. In the month of November is when they carried out this exercise. Mind you, it was a very, very elaborate exercise that was put forth, and there were more than 1 lakh people who had to be brought together, and the entire month of November was in fact dedicated just to this exercise of doing the caste survey, as we have to call it, because census is a word that state governments cannot use, and it is only a survey that they are conducting. But they did a scientific exercise and had demanded that Telangana should become that kind of a role model for the country, and therefore Revanth Reddy from his part certainly would claim credit on that behalf, certainly. But the BJP certainly stealing, should I say, the thunder of the Congress by announcing this caste census. Back to you.
In fact, let's go across to Prabhakar, because this big move, Prabhakar, comes ahead of the Bihar elections, and we just heard Tejashwi Yadav there, talking about how back when the RJD was in government with the JDU there in Bihar, and the centre had opposed the caste survey that was being done by the state government. So now the government making this big announcement ahead of Bihar Assembly elections.
Yeah, exactly, and this deprives opposition here of one of the big tools they had actually, and both the Congress and the RJD, they had been making noise about it. The other has been demanding that the reservation quota be increased based on the caste survey which was conducted in Bihar, which was struck down by the High Court, and they were asking for the inclusion of this of the survey in the 9th Amendment of Constitution, so that it cannot actually be put under the judicial scrutiny. So these issues, this brickbat battle between the ruling party and the opposition was being played in Bihar, and remember the elections here is almost knocking the door. So this issue would have become one of the big weapons for opposition, for RJD and Congress out here. But now, after this announcement, they have been deprived of this weapon. They have been this agenda has been snatched away from him, and now both the factions you will see playing in the public domain as to who gets the credit for it. The Congress and the RJD, they would claim that they first made the noise about it, and they were the one who were actually campaigning for it. So it is because of their pressure that the government was forced to make this announcement. So this interesting battle would certainly have a big impact on the coming Bihar elections, which is almost round the corner.
That's right, and let's go to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, through the day we've been talking to you about the meetings taking place at the Prime Minister's residence, and we were expecting some more, measures to be announced given the tensions with Pakistan in the wake of the Pahalgam attack. But now this announcement made by Ashwini Vaishnaw, very right at the end, it was very interesting to see how it came right at the end of that press conference, where he made several other announcements regarding the Northeast and sugarcane, and etc. But then he said that the government will be conducting this caste census. So take us through all these developments. And as we know, in the past, the centers opposed the caste surveys by the states, saying that this will create, suspicions or divisions in society. But yes, it's a huge development coming on a day when our focus really was on the tensions with Pakistan.
Well, Garge, and I must tell you that at the National Media Center, where this cabinet briefing was scheduled, it was a jam-packed auditorium where Ashwini Vaishnaw and L. Murugan was sitting on the dais. Everyone was expecting, because it was back-to-back 4 important meetings that Prime Minister chaired, including the CCS. We were all speaking about whether there would be some announcement from that CCS that would be announced by Union Information Broadcasting Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw. But he did not took any questions regarding that. Of course, the journalist wanted to ask few of the questions to Mr. Vaishnaw, but he said that he will only stuck to these two decisions, be it of the Assam-Meghalaya highway or the benefits that were given to the farmers regarding sugarcane. But later at the end, when it was a thank you that he said, he took one of the paper from his pocket and started reading this statement, which is certainly, according to Congress, now has been a headline management according to them. The Congress already has been started saying that it is them who first initiated the entire demand of having a caste-based survey or a census in the country. Rahul Gandhi, in different political rallies in the 2024 general elections, had spoken about the caste-based surveys and how each and everyone should get the equal rights. But it was Ashwini Vaishnaw in that very first statement of that what he read said that Congress was the party who opposed the caste census, and he said later about how in 2010 it was then Dr. Manmohan Singh, the Prime Minister of India, who initiated and stated that this topic will be brought in the cabinet. A group of ministers was formed to also have a discussion and further have a study on that, and that particular thing was also not taken up in the cabinet till then. And it is Ashwini Vaishnaw who also blamed the Congress party for using it as a political tool. Several states which have done caste-based surveys and not census, according to him, is a political tool. It's for political benefit, and that tried, according to BJP, that they tried to divide the states and people out there. It is also the Bharatiya Janata Party who stated that it is their government who has given 10% of the reservations to the economically weaker section of the society, and that's how the social justice of Narendra Modi government works. And the things for all is definitely the decision that finally the caste survey or the caste census, which is according to them is not a state subject even, it's a union subject which is under Article 246 of the Constitution of India. And finally, after 2019, when the CCPA met today, they have decided and has taken a big decision for implementing it in the forthcoming caste census in the country. So clearly, it's a battle that has already begun between the Bharatiya Janata Party or the opposition parties, both claiming that the credit goes to them. All eyes would be at 7 p.m. when Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi will be doing that special briefing from AICC headquarters as to what he has to say.
All right, and that will definitely be interesting to watch, given how much it's been his one-point agenda and all rallies and all campaigns when he talks about this caste census and demands it. So now the center there announced, the government announcing that they will be conducting that caste survey. Let's go across to Deepak now he joins us from Bengaluru. And Deepak, so any reactions coming in there? As we were discussing with Uma, Karnataka was one of the states that has done the caste survey.
What the politicians here in Karnataka will have to say, considering the fact that a survey that was initiated in 2015 was finally accepted by the Siddaramaiah regime 2.0, because it was during his first term that he initiated a caste census. They're not officially terming it a caste census. They're saying it's a socio-economic survey, but of course it has the caste enumeration. Now with the center announcing this, and especially with the one that the state came up with having issues within its own cabinet, because the last time it was presented before the cabinet, even before it was to be presented, there was a lot of issues. That's where the delay for acceptance happened. Once it was accepted, a couple of months went by, then they didn't want to discuss it, then the discussion happened, there were differences. So now when the center is saying that we are going to come out with another census of our own, and this is going to have a very detailed perspective as to what's the kind of caste breakup and subcaste breakup, and the enumeration of course is going to go into every single detail and very scientific. Whether there will be people within the Congress who will be happy as well, that remains to be seen. But it is also going to have somewhere a political clash, because we've seen Rahul Gandhi bat for the caste census. He's been saying that the Congress-ruled states are going to push for it. What I was told very specifically, that the reason that it was accepted in Karnataka, despite the differences that there were within the Congress party, was a decision that came in from the Congress High Command. A very recent meeting that was held in Gujarat of the Congress Executive Committee gave clear directions to the state government here that go ahead and at least discuss on the caste census, if not completely implement it, because the implementation doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. So after this decision was taken, whether they had a whiff that the center is going to come out with such a move, now that the center has come out with such a move, what is going to be the state government's reaction? We'll of course be keeping our viewers ahead of all of this.
All right, yes, we will keep our viewers updated, but the big move there by the center on a day when our focus, as I keep saying, was on what the government's action was going to be regarding the tensions with Pakistan after the Pahalgam attack. We're also joined by Sujata Pandey, political analyst, and Arshpreet Khadial, Congress spokesperson. Harsha also joining us there from Jaipur. But Arshpreet, first to you, your reaction to this. Yes, there's going to be a Congress press conference addressed by Rahul Gandhi at 7 p.m. today.
Yes, first and foremost, we want to thank the Bharatiya Janata Party for one thing, for letting go of their adamant attitude, for this stubborn attitude for the last 11 years, which was very much against a caste census. And we also want to thank the Bharatiya Janata Party for succumbing to the pressure that was mounted by the Congress Party. And we also want to thank them for another thing, which is that they have made a U-turn on many of their assertions, on many of the statements. For example, when the Honorable Supreme Court, the Bharatiya Janata Party in 2021 said that such a census would be administratively difficult and cumbersome process. They said it's a conscious policy decision to exclude such information from from census purview. And then the Bharatiya Janata Party had back in the day also made a statement that this could endanger the census exercise in itself. And not just that, the Bharatiya Janata Party should now also condemn the RSS leaders that have spoken against reservation, whether it be Mohan Bhagwat Saab, whether it be Manmohan Vaidya Saab, whether it be Golwalkarji, what he wrote in his book, and go on to suggest that reservation is necessary. And the Bharatiya Janata Party should also tell us what of the report, which has still not been made public, the report which was submitted to the president back in the day, when would it be made public? That is very important. And number two, the Congress Party in 2011 and 2012 had done SECC, Socio-Economic and Caste Census, which was in order to basically do what the Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to do today. But because of the varied opinions in the government, it could not be disclosed out in the public. It could not be brought out in the public platform. However, it was done back in the day. And after all these years of back-to-back attempts, back-to-back practices, back-to-back actions, protests and whatnot, we have finally been able to arm twist the Bharatiya Janata Party to ensure a caste census. And now we'll also ensure that the Bharatiya Janata Party is mounted pressure upon to give reservation to the people who need it the most.
All right. A lot being said there by the Congress Party, but definitely a setback with one of your big planks being, blunted in a sense with this announcement. But interesting timing as well. Sujata Pandey, political analyst with us. Your response, your reaction to these developments and the government suddenly making this big announcement that there will be a caste census.
Good afternoon, Gargi. First of all, I would like to begin with a quote, like some people lie with a teeth, some people lie with a smile, but some people lie so blatantly that their lie should come with a warning label. I mean, Congress, for that matter, 54 years, they just spoke about the caste census, did nothing. And then they are talking about Bharatiya Janata Party when they spoke nothing, but are now doing the caste census. Congress has never conducted a fair and economic caste census. This census will have the economic caste census also. If you look at it in the Supreme Court. Well, Supreme Court government opposes not in view of the caste census, the value of the caste census, but the jurisdiction process, according to the Caste Census Act of 1948, where the center itself was empowered to do the caste census, and the way the states were doing the caste census, or let's call them caste service, was giving fragmented data. You saw that what happened in Karnataka when they did the caste survey, when Gokalingas and Lingayat communities were up in arms and there were various allegations from both the sides at how this caste census
Sorry to
is
interrupt you there, ma'am. We're joined by H.K. Patil, Karnataka Home Minister, on the phone line with us. Sir, your reaction to this big announcement by the government that they will be conducting a caste survey and saying that, the exercises conducted by the state governments were unscientific?
See, in fact, Karnataka has done social and educational survey, and with that, even the caste census was also there. And we have our backward class commission has submitted its report, and the report is before the cabinet. And meanwhile, there were some point of opinion which were expressed, and as we all know, the AICC, All India Congress Committee, also did its best to convey the Government of India that the caste census is to be done in the interest of giving social justice to backward class communities. The pressure that was built up by Rahul Gandhi ji and the AICC President Kharge ji has helped making Government of India take this decision, and this is the decision the Government of India should have taken. And Karnataka has its meeting on 9th. We will take our official stand on what we should do.
Right, sir, but this has been a big demand. We've seen Rahul Gandhi raising this, everywhere and targeting the government over that. So, given this big announcement, it has blunted this Congress's campaign, isn't it?
It is not blunting of Congress campaign, but the Government of India has taken the agenda of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi wanted that this should be done by the Government of India. Government of India did not listen to him, and that's why he advised the governments, Congress governments, to take up this issue. And when we have taken up this issue, naturally it has made them to open their eyes and take this decision.
Right, so you're welcoming this announcement by the central government, and what more are your demands regarding the caste census?
What we wanted, even AICC has made its vehement, fervent appeal that it should be done.
That's right, sir. But it is known that within the Congress in Karnataka, there were also divisions on this. There was some resistance.
That is all wrong information. And in fact, there was no differences in Karnataka. To discuss the report, and the report was placed in the cabinet. We were supposed to take up the discussion on 9th of May.
All right, sir, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. H.K. Patil, Karnataka Minister, speaking to us on this big announcement by the government. Let's go across to Harsha as well. And Harsha, so, this big announcement coming from the government and taking everyone by surprise, because earlier the government had opposed the caste census. At least we saw when, the Bihar government at the time was doing it, when the BJP was in the opposition in Bihar. But now this announcement coming in and a big campaign plank of the Congress party.
Absolutely. Now, if you remember Ashok Gehlot 2023, Baswara and World Tribal Day. And what did he announce from that? He said if the Congress comes to power in Rajasthan, they will have a caste census. And in fact, a caste survey is what he spoke about. And in fact, he said there was still a year to go for his election. He said the caste survey will start immediately. So this was Ashok Gehlot's main election plan, along with the social welfare outreach that he had betted on in the last elections. Of course, it didn't work for the Congress. We now have a BJP government in Rajasthan. But that's how important caste is in the political matrix, in the social matrix, and also when it comes to outreach of welfare schemes. Now, what was Ashok Gehlot's reasoning? Remember, he realized that in Rajasthan, the OBC population is more than 50%. He raised the OBC quota also. Now, Rajasthan has about 64% reservation. And he figured into what is really the pulse of the people. Now, if I was to just give you a bit of a flashback as to how caste dynamics has played out in Rajasthan. Remember those 3 Gujar agitations for reservation. Why were the Gujars agitating when they already had reservation in the OBC? Because they said the chunk of the reservation pie was being taken away by other upwardly mobile communities within the OBC. So they said, put us into scheduled tribe. The scheduled tribe, the dominant Meena community said, we don't want the Gujars there. So you see in this interplay, this very complex interplay of caste dynamics, at the crux is jobs, reservation, welfare programs and opportunities. And that's why the caste census is such a huge political plank. Also, political tickets are given on the basis of caste. So, of course, it's literally like you pulled the rug from under the Congress's feet, and there you have it. It's a master stroke by the BJP.
That's right. And the first caste census of independent India will be taking place, just announced by the government. Shazia Ilmi of the BJP joining us on the phone line. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to us. And the Congress party has said that this announcement of the caste census is a headline management.
This is what it is for Congress party, right? Because the entire subject of caste is a matter of headline management for them and a matter of politics and vote bank politics. But unfortunately for Congress party and fortunately for India, we have BJP at the helm of affairs. And I want to tell you that and make it very, very clear that this is such an important decision. And what this means is that actually what we believe in, that the caste census will be sewn into the national census that is going to take place. It is going to change things. And the Cabinet Committee of Political Affairs has taken this very important decision. And this goes ahead to strengthen the Modi. Just a minute. This goes ahead to strengthen Modi's government vision of Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas. So, yes, can you hear me? And more than that, let me tell you, let me finish saying, we are correcting the historical wrongs that have been there, where marginalized have always been excluded. The only reason why Rahul Gandhi keeps talking about caste census is because Congress party has been losing election after election. It is in fact Rahul Gandhi's party or the Congress party which has actually played with this and ensured that there is no justice on the basis of caste or the Mandal recommendations, and it is Rajiv Gandhi who actually ensured that the Mandal Commission reports are kept in the back burner for 10 years. We know what Jawaharlal Nehru stood for. We know how Indira Gandhi felt about this, and now you have Rahul Gandhi's being called out by the decision just taken by our party.
All right, Shazia Ilmi, though we've also heard from other Congress leaders, Karnataka ministers, claiming that because of the Congress pressure that this announcement being made by the centre, and so far the BJP was criticizing this demand for caste census, saying this is going to actually divide people on caste lines. So what of that?
It's not true at all. Please ask whoever saying it as to what happened about the Karnataka census. What had they promised? How much money they spent on that in Karnataka, and what did they do when they did the census report? What actually came out of it? They will be sad-faced and shame-faced and red-faced. And not just that, if you remember what BJP did vis-a-vis when a stand on Bihar, when there was actually a census done on these lines, we stood by it. So, facts speak louder than lies, and action speaks louder than words.
Right, so earlier it was opposed by the centre in the Supreme Court, but we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's go back to Arshpreet Khadial, a Congress spokesperson. Your response to what Shazia Ilmi just said?
See, first and foremost, the Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson did not answer the questions that were posed to the Bharatiya Janata Party, that finally the BJP has decided to make a U-turn on the statements made back in the day against caste census, one way or the other, whether it be in the Honorable Supreme Court, whether it be out in the public platform. We only say that the Bharatiya Janata Party took a little too long, 11 years. And the Bharatiya Janata Party has today reached to this conclusion because of the pressure that we have mounted upon them for the last couple of years. And back-to-back protests, back-to-back statements in the parliament by us, back-to-back press conferences, back-to-back attempts have led to this. And number three, at the same time, the Bharatiya Janata Party should go ahead and tell us as to when would all the things vis-a-vis reservation also would be announced, because what Golwalkar ji said in his book Vicharadhan, basically writing against reservation is something that the Bharatiya Janata Party needs to take cognizance of and should condemn it. And number two, when Manmohan Vaidya ji or Mohan Bhagwat ji go against reservation in their statements, they should be corrected and they should be told that reservation is need of the hour. We need to ensure that the people who are standing at the back of the line are empowered, they are heard, they are seen, and the Bharatiya Janata Party has today reached to this conclusion because of the Congress Party's initiatives, because of the Congress Party's moves. And I would only tell the Bharatiya Janata Party that please make sure that you listen to Congress more often, because good things come out of
Mr. Mohan Bhagwat did meet with the Prime Minister yesterday evening. That was a meeting that we tracked here on NDTV. Thank you so much both for joining us on the program. Let's go across now to Uma Sudhir, who has an update. Uma, over to you.
So the Congress in Telangana has now reacted to the announcement that there will be a caste census, or rather caste included in the population census that is to be conducted next, and they are taking all credit for it, saying that it is on the initiative of Rahul Gandhi that the central government in a sense has agreed to do this caste inclusion or caste census as a proposal that they have now accepted, and that is something that the Telangana government has said that they had asked not just the NDA partners but others as well to help them to go ahead with the caste census demand in Parliament, and therefore now they say that all credit should go to Rahul Gandhi. Telangana Congress MP Mr. Chamla Kiran Kumar has reacted saying that this is a demand that Rahul Gandhi has been making at multiple fora, and we are happy that the NDA government has now agreed to get this done, and whichever the government in power, we only hope that this will be implemented with full sincerity, and this is something that we as a party wanted, so that social justice is done and there is proportional representation for the most vulnerable sections of the population. Back to you, Gargi.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with those details. Well, let's just listen into what Kiran Kumar Reddy of the Congress Telangana had to say.
We are thankful to the Narendra Modi ji and the cabinet ministers for accepting this and going forward to do this. And it's what our leader Rahul Gandhi ji, who have dreamt about while he was going through the yatra in this country. So we are happy to see his dream is fulfilled by whatever the political party, whether it is NDA or any other party, but it has to be implemented in a strict manner like what we did it in Telangana. We have created the clusters. For every 100 households, we have made a cluster. We have done this in a scientific manner, and we are ready to support and we are ready to give the process what we have done in Telangana to the central government also.
And let's just listen into what Union Minister Chirag Paswan said in reaction to this announcement of a caste census.
ये बड़ा और ऐतिहासिक फैसला है जिसके लिए मैं अपनी तरफ से, मेरी पार्टी लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास की तरफ से, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं। मेरे बिहार की 14 करोड़ जनता की तरफ से और समस्त देशवासियों की तरफ से मुझे लगता है आज एक लंबी जो हम लोगों की इच्छा थी, मांग थी, ख्वाहिश थी, आज हर उस देशवासी की इस ख्वाहिश को मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने पूरा करने का कार्य किया। लंबे समय से मेरी पार्टी इस बात की हम लोग मांग करते थे और कई बार हम लोगों को एक दूसरे के सामने दिखाया जाता था यही कह के कि बीजेपी अलग राह पर है तो उनके सहयोगी चिराग पासवान अलग राह पर हैं जब वो जातीय जनगणना की वो मांग करते हैं। पर आज एक बार फिर से साबित हुआ कि हमारी सरकार हर उस फैसले को लेगी जो जनता के हित में हो, जो गरीबों के हित में हो। जातीय जनगणना का सबसे ज़्यादा असर देश के तमाम उन गरीब जातियों से आने वाले लोगों को होगा जो संभवतः अभी तक मुख्य धारा के साथ नहीं जुड़ पाए हैं, केंद्र राज्य सरकार की योजनाओं का उस स्तर पर लाभ नहीं ले पाए हैं जो अपेक्षित था। मुझे लगता है इसके होने से हर व्यक्ति को मुख्यधारा के साथ जुड़ने का मौका मिलेगा और देश 2047 में जब विकसित भारत की बात हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी करते हैं, उस दिशा में उसकी नींव को मजबूत करने की दिशा में ये एक मजबूत और महत्वपूर्ण कदम है.
All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break, but a big announcement there by the government. Independent India's first caste survey has been announced just a short while ago by Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw. We'll slip into a short break and get you more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
Reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details.
Welcome back. Let's now focus on the actor Kadambari harassment case, and now more action has been taken. The Andhra CID has issued notices to the IPS officers who are allegedly involved in this matter, and notices have been issued to 2 more IPS officers. The CID has claimed that there have been inconsistencies in the statements made. Let's go across to Uma Sudhir for more on this. And Uma, this is a very sensational case. Several very senior officers involved. Give us the details of these latest developments.
So this is based on a complaint by Kadambari Jetwani, a Mumbai-based actress who alleges that she was harassed and illegally taken into custody by the Andhra Pradesh police, who had in fact sent across a team to Mumbai even before an FIR had been lodged against her. And the complaint against the senior IPS officers is that they had not followed due procedure and that they had acted under some other kind of a political influence, because of which they had taken her away to Vijayawada and had shown her arrest even before her FIR could be lodged. So what happened was that former intelligence chief PSR Anjanelu had been just last week arrested by the police, and subsequently he has been questioned by the CID. Of course, there were a couple, there was a day when he was having high BP and could not be questioned. But what we understand is that he had made statements saying that he had not directed his junior officers, whether it is Kanti Rana or Vishal Guni, two other IPS officers much junior to him, who are said to have been directed by him to carry out this exercise of getting Kadambari Jetwani from Mumbai and getting her arrested as well. And there is said to be discrepancies between what Kanti Rana Tata and Vishal Guni, the commissioner and the DCP of the Vijayawada area at that time, the statements that they had made to the probing agency and the statement that the former intelligence chief had made to the agency, and therefore they have been called in for questioning on the 5th of May, when they will have to go in and answer the questions of the probe agency. All these officers, of course, had been kept under suspension for multiple reasons of not following due procedure and acting beyond their official capacity. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with those latest developments there. News now from West Bengal, where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee today inaugurated the Jagannath Dham in the coastal town of Digha. The temple is a replica of the Puri Jagannath temple built with Rajasthan pink sandstone, and Mamata Banerjee really in fact the entire administration has been involved in this inauguration of the temple, which she says will become a tourist site, and she's also it's being described as the Trinamool's Ram temple moment and inaugurated on the auspicious day of Akshay Tritiya. Though the BJP has hit out and claimed that the temple on paper is being described as a cultural center. Remember, state governments can't exactly fund temples, and also the BJP has said that they will instead help the temples in Murshidabad that recently saw the communal riots taking place.
রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুরের ভাষায় বলি, সবারই করি আহ্বান, সবাই আসুন, এই মন্দির আপনাদের জন্যই আর কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যে উন্মুক্ত করে দেওয়া হবে মন্দিরের দ্বার। তারপর থেকে আপনারা যখন ইচ্ছে আসবেন, মন্দিরের সময় অনুযায়ী ভোগও পাবেন, এবং পাশেই গজা, প্যাড়া, খাজা থেকে শুরু করে নানা রকম দোকানও তৈরি করা হচ্ছে। আপনারা দেখতে পাচ্ছেন মেন মন্দিরে কালকে ধ্বজা ওড়ানো হয়েছে।
आप देख लीजिए पेपर्स, ये हिटको है जिनका चेयरमैन फिराद हकीम है। ये हिटको का प्रोजेक्ट है, इसमें लिखा हुआ है श्री जगन्नाथ धाम कल्चरल सेंटर, नॉट टेम्पल। मीडिया आप सरकार की लाइसेंस लेकर काम कर रहा है, गलत भ्रम पैदा मत कीजिए। इट्स ए कल्चरल सेंटर, नॉट टेम्पल। और हिंदू का मंदिर कभी सरकारी रुपया में नहीं होता है। वो राम मंदिर जैसे अयोध्या में बनाना हिंदू लोग का निधि से होता है।
All right, some breaking news now coming in, and top Indian and Pakistani army officers have spoken this after. Remember, there have been ceasefire violations for the last 6 nights ever since the Pahalgam terror attack, in which 26 civilians were killed. Let's go across to Vishnu Shom for the latest. Over to you, Vishnu.
Well, firstly, I'd like to stress that it's not uncommon for the Directors General of Military Operations to speak to each other. They do that, in fact, quite frequently, very often once a week. However, the context of this conversation comes at about 8 days, that it came exactly a week after the firing, Pakistan's unprovoked firing began along the line of control, and after the Pahalgam terror attack. So this is something which is important, because India appears, our Director General of Military Operations, the General, has told his Pakistani counterpart on the hotline that they use, or over the hotline that they use, that this sort of firing by Pakistan, unprovoked firing, is unacceptable. Remember, Pakistan has resorted to small arms fire across the length of the line of control and some parts of the international border between India and Pakistan as well. Our Director General of Military Operations conveying to his Pakistani counterpart that this is unacceptable.
Right, Vishnu, because we had seen, an escalation in a sense overnight with the firing along the international border as well in the Pargawal area. So, and very, it seemed it was a very, thought out firing. First LOC it began from, and then different parts all along the LOC, and finally the international border is where we've seen this firing taking place.
Well, where the firing took place on the international border is right where the line of control ends and the international border begins. So it's not an area, it's an area where whenever ceasefire violations have taken place, if there is firing in that area, some of it might be in that international border area as well. That said, the timing and the context now is different. It comes after the Pahalgam attack at a time when Pakistan has completely ended the ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan and have opened up across the line of control. Some of it has crossed the international border as well, very near the line of control, but it is a serious escalation and we have been reporting it as such.
That's right, Vishnu. You've said it's not uncommon. These conversations do happen, but given the kind of hostilities right now on both sides of the border, it's good to know that these conversations still taking place over the military hotline.
It is important that these conversations are taking place even during times of war. This hotline is very, very important. It helps to bring down tensions. It helps to get an idea of each other's motives at a time of a great deal of stress on both sides. Remember, India and Pakistan are both extremely strongly armed. Both are nuclear neighbors. When there is active firing taking place across the line of control and the international border, it's good to know what exactly either side is thinking. Very often, if there are soldiers who are casualties, who are caught in between, if there are bodies which need to be removed, then this is also an opportunity to say that, look, okay, let's not fire in a particular area. We are trying to do something, and that is something which is usually respected by the opposite side.
Right. Thanks so much, Vishnu, for joining us with those latest developments. Conversation taking place between officers, Indian and Pakistani officers. This is over the military hotline. And India has warned Pakistan that unprovoked firing is unacceptable. Remember, there's been 6 nights of this firing taking place along the LOC and now the international border as well. News now from Punjab, where 4 terror accused backed by Pakistan's ISI were arrested. Also, a minor detained by the Punjab police. One of them was in fact injured in police firing after he snatched a service firearm and tried to run. According to what the police have said, that these men worked for the foreign-based gangster Jivan Fauji and his Babar Khalsa International Group, which is listed as a terrorist group by the Ministry of Home Affairs. And now, water war between Punjab and Haryana. Haryana has made an appeal to neighbouring Punjab to provide drinking water to them, or the excess Bhakra reservoir water will flow to Pakistan, is what the Haryana Chief Minister has said. The statement comes at a time that India has suspended the Indus Waters Treaty with Pakistan after the killing of civilians in Pahalgam. Now, Mr. Saini pressed on the need to empty the Bhakra reservoir, one of the largest dams under the now suspended treaty, before monsoon. But Punjab hit back, saying they have shared all necessary water with Haryana.
Dispute over water share between the Chief Minister of Punjab and Haryana has already sparked a political row. We have come to Nangal Dam, where we are showing all these pictures from this dam. We have seen the Punjab Chief Minister has already claimed in the various dams of Punjab, they have learned the water level has already gone down, and that is one of the core reasons why they are not in a position to share a single drop of water with Haryana. Punjab Chief Minister has already said that if they are going to share water at this point of time with Haryana, it will definitely affect the irrigation and drinking water in various locations of Punjab. But at the same time, we have seen the Haryana Chief Minister has already requested and already urged the Punjab government to share its quota with Haryana. Otherwise, the people of Haryana, they are going to face a lot of problem for drinking water and irrigation purpose in the various locations of Haryana. What we have learned, the Haryana Chief Minister has already claimed 4,000 cubic water has been received by Haryana so far from Punjab, whereas it was supposed to give around 9,000 cubic water as a share from Punjab to Haryana. But what we have learned, the Punjab Chief Minister has already claimed if Indus Water Treaty, which has already been suspended by the central government after this Pahalgam terror attack. We have seen that water was shared with Pakistan. If that water can be diverted to Punjab so that dam water level should go up, after that they will be in a position to think about sharing of water with Haryana. But as of now, the Punjab Chief Minister has already made it very clear they are not in a situation to share a single drop of water with Haryana. So let's see that how the centre is going to get into this political row which has been erupted between Punjab Chief Minister and Haryana Chief Minister over water sharing, and whether they will be able to find out some solution or not, that is yet to be seen. But as of now, this has become one of the major political issue in the state of Haryana and Punjab, and both the Chief Minister, one side we have seen the Punjab Chief Minister has already denied sharing a single drop of water, whereas the Haryana Chief Minister has been claiming that they had not got its quota, which is supposed to be given by the Punjab government to Haryana, so that the people of Haryana should not face any water related problem.
Former AAP ministers Manish Sisodiya and Satyendra Jain are now facing fresh trouble in the alleged 2,000 crore classroom construction scam. The anti-corruption branch of the Delhi police registered a corruption case against the two leaders and started a comprehensive probe to ascertain the role of others who may be involved. However, the Aam Aadmi Party called it a political witch hunt.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार कुछ अपना काम तो कर नहीं सकती है, और जिस तरीके से मनीष सिसोदिया जी पर और हमारे बाकी लीडर्स के ऊपर केस दर्ज किए जाते हैं, मुझे तो लगता है कि अब एक केस ये भी दर्ज होगा कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी सरकारी कुर्सी पे क्यों बैठे थे। मनीष सिसोदिया जी वहाँ कॉमा और फुल स्टॉप लगाना उस कागज में क्यों भूल गए, इसके ऊपर भी एक FIR दर्ज होगी। तो इनको 5 साल तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार को कोई काम नहीं करना है, इनको बस यही ड्रामेबाजी करनी है। कभी इस मामले पे केस दर्ज कर दिया, कभी उस मामले पे केस दर्ज कर दिया। मैं फिर से कहता हूं, ये महज इत्तेफाक नहीं हो सकता है कि दुर्गेश पाठक जी को गुजरात का सह प्रभारी बनाया गया, उनके खिलाफ FIR दर्ज हो जाती है, उनके घर पे रेड हो जाती है। मनीष सिसोदिया जी को, सत्येंद्र जैन जी को पंजाब का प्रभारी और सह प्रभारी बनाया जाता है और उनके ऊपर नए सिरे से FIR दर्ज हो जाती है। ये पूरी तरह से पॉलिटिकल मामला है।
आज जब भ्रष्टाचार निरोधक शाखा ने शिक्षा एवं शिक्षा सुधार के नाम पर क्लासरूम के निर्माण में घोटाला करने पर आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार में उप मुख्यमंत्री रहे मनीष सिसोदिया और जेल में मसाज कराने वाले मंत्री सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ FIR दर्ज की है। हमारी एक मांग ये भी है कि मनीष सिसोदिया, सत्येंद्र जैन के साथ साथ एंटी करप्शन ब्रांच अरविंद केजरीवाल की भूमिका की भी जांच करे, और CVC की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार भी इस पूरे घोटाले में लगभग 2000 करोड़ का घोटाला नजर आता है।
And finally, it is Akshay Tritiya, an auspicious day to buy gold, and despite high rates of gold currently, sales are continuing, though there are other options for you. Sakshi with the details.
All that glitters is gold couldn't hold more true than now on the auspicious occasion of Akshay Tritiya. While it is believed that buying the precious metal on Akshay Tritiya brings good luck and fortune and is also considered an auspicious day for new beginnings, but of what really are the options and what really are the trends being observed this Akshay Tritiya, and what really is the outlook for gold prices going forward? Well, NDTV spoke to economists as well as some jewelers, and gold clearly continues to hold fort. Now, as per their initial analysis, despite record high prices, gold sales continue, especially on this auspicious occasion, they say. However, experts believe that diversification is clearly being looked at within the gold sector as well as, of course, beyond that. And there has been a change in the volumes or quantity purchased, they say, given the high prices. While some are looking at other forms of gold such as ETFs or exchange-traded funds and gold coins and, of course, gold bars as well, others are looking at silver as an option going forward. However, given geopolitical concerns, the spotlight really is on the safe haven appeal and demand of the precious metal, whether that continues to see the boost, of course, or not, and whether gold prices ease in the near term.
And with that, it's a wrap from me. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
US President Donald Trump addresses a fiery rally in Michigan, marking 100 days since returning to the White House. It was classic Trump, part victory lap, part campaign trail, sharp attacks on Democrats, the media, and even the judiciary.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Bengal Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently
Hello, good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Ladies and gentlemen, an action-packed 60 minutes for you coming up at 6 o'clock because a lot is happening. While the focus was on Kashmir, the government has announced a big political move. Caste Census will be conducted. We will tell you all about that and more. Let's take a look at the headlines. Government's big political move, Caste Census, ahead of the Bihar election. Cabinet clears the big decision. The caste count will be taking place in the next census. A day of high-profile meetings in wake of Pahalgam attack. After two top security meetings, the Prime Minister meets ministers yet again. Government revamps National Security Advisory Board after Pahalgam terror attack. Former R&AW chief Alok Joshi appointed chairman. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee inaugurates the Jagannath temple. Mamata says, invite everyone to see the temple. Meanwhile, the BJP hits back, says Bihar cultural center, not temple. In Bangladesh, Hindu priest gets bail. Former ISKCON priest gets bail after 6 months facing a sedition case. Our top focus this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Remember caste census and the demand which the opposition has been putting forward for a very long time continuously. Now the Modi government, ahead of the Bihar election, has made a huge political move. It will have ramifications because this is something which, till very recently, the BJP was not very comfortable with. The opposition used to hit out at the BJP for the caste census. Now a big announcement has been made by the government, and the government has said in an announcement which was made by Information and Broadcasting Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw that the caste census will take place in the upcoming census exercise. Remember, 2021 was when the decade, the 10-yearly census was supposed to take place. Could not because of COVID. It is expected that this year it could in fact start the process. In that census, now the government has also included that they will be collecting the caste data. The minister in fact said that the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs met today and decided to include caste enumeration in the forthcoming census. This comes just few months because we are expecting at the end of this year, in about October, November, the elections in Bihar. So just a couple of months, few months in fact, before Bihar election, the government has made a big political move. Remember, this was a big political war of words between the government and the opposition on the caste census. Till recently, the BJP said that opposition is dividing the nation on caste. Now the government has endorsed that they are going to use this. There are going to be some fallouts as far as this entire census is concerned. Very quickly, 6 top things that has been said as far as the caste census is concerned. The government has announced caste census. That's the top story. That's the big news. Number 2, on the caste census development, opposition has questioned the timing of the caste census move at a time when the government everybody is looking at the government for, what is happening with Pakistan. Opposition questions the timing. Number 3, the caste census move ahead of the Bihar polls. Will there be a massive repercussion of this? Number 4, Congress has claimed credit after the government's move. All opposition parties say that it is their sustained pressure which the government has finally now come down to and announced this. RJD has said we demanded this caste census 30 years back. Finally, it is being heard. And development number 6 at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, the government has said the census, a union subject, state can conduct surveys which largely hold no value. Let's listen in to some reactions, ladies and gentlemen, of the announcement and the counter from the opposition.
It is well understood that Congress and its India alliance partners have used caste census only as a political tool to ensure that a social fabric is not disturbed by politics. Caste enumeration should be transparently included. I'm emphasizing the word transparently included in the census instead of surveys. This will strengthen the social and economic structure of our society while the nation continues to progress. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Cabinet Committee of Political Affairs has decided today, that is 30th April 2025, that caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
ये हम लोगों की 30 वर्ष पुरानी मांग रही है और ये हमारे पुरखों की जीत है, समाजवादियों की जीत है, लालू जी की जीत है। आज हम लोगों की ताकत देखिए, समाजवादियों की ताकत देखिए कि इनको हमारे ही एजेंडे पर जो है काम करना पड़ रहा है। तो अब हमारी अगली लड़ाई ये होगी कि जब ये जनगणना होगी जिसमें इंक्लूड किया जाएगा कास्ट सेंसस का भी, तब उसके बाद जब नतीजे आएंगे देश के जो विधानसभा चुनाव में हमारी मांग रहेगी कि पिछड़ों और अति पिछड़ों के लिए भी, जैसे दलित और आदिवासी भाइयों का आरक्षित सीटें हैं, जो है आरक्षित सीटें जो है वो करनी पड़ेगी।
ये बड़ा और ऐतिहासिक फैसला है जिसके लिए मैं अपनी तरफ से, मेरी पार्टी लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास की तरफ से, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। मेरे बिहार की 14 करोड़ जनता की तरफ से और समस्त देशवासियों की तरफ से मुझे लगता है आज एक लंबी जो हम लोगों की इच्छा थी, मांग थी, ख्वाहिश थी, आज हर उस देशवासी की इस ख्वाहिश को मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने पूरा करने का कार्य किया। जातीय जनगणना का सबसे ज़्यादा असर देश के तमाम उन गरीब जातियों से आने वाले लोगों को होगा जो संभवतः अभी तक मुख्य धारा के साथ नहीं जुड़ पाए हैं, केंद्र राज्य सरकार की योजनाओं का उस स्तर पर लाभ नहीं ले पाए हैं जो अपेक्षित था।
ನಮ್ಮ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಫೆಸ್ಟೋನಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸೋಷಿಯೋ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಬರೀ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ, ಸೋಷಿಯೋ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಬರೀ ಈಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜನಗಣತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಅದೇ ಸರಿಯಪ್ಪ. ಸೋಷಿಯೋ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸೋಷಿಯೋ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ.
Right, so these were some reactions, but at this moment, breaking news coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah has reacted to the government agreement of the caste census, the announcement of the caste census. The Home Minister has said it's a historic decision by the Modi government, and he has also, in fact, hailed this as a big move. For the people. Congress and allies opposed caste census is a line that the BJP has taken. Of course, they are quoting historical data and said the Congress government opposed caste census. Now the Modi government is fulfilling the promise of the caste census as far as people of this country are concerned. Decision will empower backward groups, says the Home Minister. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me very quickly introduce my guest to discuss this at this moment. I have Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Brajesh Kalapa, Spokesperson of the Congress Party. Also with us, Mr. Badri Narayan, Director, GB Pant Social Science Institute, is joining us as well. Gentlemen, thank you. Good evening for joining us. Before I fire my questions, let me very quickly also tell our viewers that there are few states which have conducted the caste survey. So let's just very quickly tell our viewers 3 states which have already done the caste survey, which have already in fact conducted this exercise, though it is not caste census that is mandated by the government. Bihar, when it was the Mahagathbandhan government with JDU in tow, Telangana, the Congress government, and so has Karnataka. They have done an exercise called the caste survey, not the caste census, because that is mandated only for the national government, and this has been a continuous opposition of the opposition. Let me very quickly tell you, just before the 2024 election, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition parties in 2023, the India Bloc allies came together and passed caste census resolution asking the government to in fact ensure this exercise. This joint resolution was adopted by 26 opposition parties, and they also said there is need to stop violence against minorities, need to stop crime against women and Dalits. So this resolution became a cornerstone as far as the opposition's demand for caste census is concerned. Last couple of years, you have heard the noise around the caste census from the opposition led by Mr. Rahul Gandhi and other political parties as well. It was a big political plan. In some states it worked, in some it did not. But as we go to my guest, let me very quickly tell you, there are certain fallouts of questions that we will be discussing. Government versus opposition, there is a massive credit war now which has broken out. The opposition says it's their sustained pressure. Meanwhile, the government says it has been done for the good of the people. Apart from that, the other important thing that we'll have to see, whether the opposition can benefit from its sustained push. Can they take that credit that it is our pressure? Or will the BJP steal opposition's thunder on the caste census. What will be the impact it will have in Bihar elections? Let's quickly go across and open it up for our let me start by asking you, Mr. Kalappa, very important demand of the opposition. The government today announces it. While everybody was, looking very anxiously at the PMO of what is happening, how will we respond to Pakistan? This is a big political move made by the government ahead of the Bihar election. How is the Congress party looking at it?
While the caste census is actually welcome, and Rahul ji has spoken about it extensively. He had recently spoken about it in Parliament, at which time Nirmala Sitharaman ji was scoffing at him, and members of the Treasury benches were scoffing at him. But as usual, when Mr. Rahul Gandhi speaks, the Treasury benches listen to it with great interest, and they also take detailed notes, and then they bring it back in one way or another as their own scheme. And this has been happening, I think, over the last 7 to 8 times on very major issues.
Aren't you worried, sir, that the government has stolen the march of the opposition on a very important issue, possibly ahead of Bihar elections, where a lot was being played or planked on the caste census, sir?
Look, see, as far as the caste census is concerned, Bihar has already made use of the caste census, so this is not an issue which is going to touch the people of Bihar. Although the Modi Sarkar will try to sell this.
It is not mandated by the government or as per law. It's a survey which has been done. So there are two different things. The census that the government would be doing in the annual census, general census, and with the survey which has been conducted by the government of Bihar, which at this moment Mr. Nitish Kumar is sitting with the BJP on that.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. So there is already a caste census which has been done. One exercise has already been done in Bihar. So I don't know what kind of utility it will have in terms of electioneering. But we must appreciate that as far as Mr. Modi is concerned, he only moves from one election to another, and it's not governance which really bothers him. And we have been seeing it on every issue now, whether when he returned from Saudi Arabia, his first visit was to Bihar. So basically winning elections is more important than governing the country or giving Pakistan a bloody nose.
Okay,
but that is Mr. Modi's nature.
Let me get first reaction from Mr. Guru Prakash Paswan as well. Mr. Paswan, what changed for the government? Till few days back, the Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson on television channels, whenever there was a debate on caste census, said that this is a divisive mood. They are trying to divide the country on caste, and now the government itself is saying that they will conduct this exercise, sir. What changed?
No, Ankit, I don't agree with you, and I think if you look at the press conference that was done by the Honorable Union Home Minister on the completion of 100 days of Modi government, he categorically said, and I quote, he said to the press, he said while addressing to the countrymen that caste census will be done at an appropriate time. There was technical requirements, there were logistical requirements which were being taken care of. We have to understand that this is the real tribute to Baba Saheb Ambedkar. When we are having 75 years of constitution celebration, the caste census to achieve social justice, it is a remarkable work. We have to understand, in the last 10 years, Ankit, you would have noticed that the flavor of the political discourse has been social justice. In the last 75 years, for the first time, we saw an Adivasi ki beti reaching the highest constitutional office. Was it under the pressure of Rahul Gandhi? Was it under the pressure of opposition? Absolutely not. Social justice or Antyodaya, Pankti mein khade antim vyakti ka kalyan, has been one of the key commitments of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Paswan, while you say that on the completion of the 100 days of the Modi government, this was something that the government had committed to, but the fact remains that the opposition, at least unitedly as a resolution, has been following it up since 2023. While on many occasions, like I'm going to ask Brijesh Kalappa as well, will he give credit to the Modi government? Will the BJP and you will give credit to the opposition for at least raking up an issue with the government? Now things is also very important.
Ankit, you are a very senior journalist, and you would have seen during the Manmohan Singh government, a commitment was made to the nation. There was a commitment on the floor of the House that caste census will be done. But on the contrary, the data was never released. Mr. Nehru, why did he not do caste census? Ms. Indira Gandhi, why did she not do caste census? Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, why did not do caste census? Mr. Manmohan Singh, even after commitment, why did they not do caste census? eventually
Mr. Paswan, then
आप बोलने दो प्लीज सर.
सर बोलने दे रहा हूँ सर, आपको पूरा टाइम दे रहा हूँ बोलने का, मैं साथ में एक सवाल जोड़ रहा हूँ जिससे कि और थोड़ा सा बेटर डिस्कोर्स हो जाएगा. All I wanted to ask you is, like you are saying that I agree, Mr. Manmohan Singh, the government conducted a caste census, the data was never released. What stopped the BJP from releasing it from 2014?
See, you have to understand that on record, Mr. P. Chidambaram has said that there were discrepancies, 45,000 discrepancies, and they did not have the courage to correct it. The fact of the matter remains, Ankit, that we must understand that it eventually came on a prime minister who came from an extremely humble background, who was actually an OBC. Okay. This job of governance with empathy came to a man who actually rose from the rank, not from any entitled, privileged Gandhi family. They only made hollow promises, false promises. Who speak of caste census today? Who speaks of caste justice? Ankit, I am live from Bihar. Mr. Lalu Yadav speaks of caste census. Mr. Lalu Yadav speaks of social justice. When he gets an opportunity, he promotes his wife, Ms. Rabri Devi, to Legislative Council. Okay. When he gets the chance, he promotes Tejaswi Yadav. He promotes Tej Pratap Yadav. Since you are speaking and making
a comment, sir, I have to get my other guests as well. Since you are making a comment, go ahead.
Social justice cannot be restricted within your family. Social justice must reach to the marginalized and the disadvantaged section of the country.
Okay. While, as an argument, it may hold some water, but it doesn't mean that all the MLAs or the MPs of the Congress party or the RJD are only from the family. Yes, there is a fact that only certain number of people from the family are being pushed, and like the BJP would always argue that the top job is reserved for them. But there have been, of course, the causes that these parties have taken, some benefit that others have also, taken up for that. But Mr. Bradhi Narayan, let me understand this from you, sir. Like Mr. Guru Prakash Paswan was speaking about Bihar, what impact is it going to have on Bihar, sir? And the timing, because the opposition is also questioning the timing, by which the government has announced the caste census, sir.
Ankit, I'll come on the question raised by you. But before that, I would like to say that this caste census decision by the government, in one way, is going to stop various kinds of a small survey, which maybe you can say just survey industries of caste had been started by various state government. There was no clear methodology, no well-elaborated methodology. There were not such transparency, and as we have already seen that there may be space of political use of those kind of survey. So now, if you have a caste census, all India caste census, you have a transparent data, you have a concrete data collected by a well-thought, well-planned research methodology. And then you can say authentically, look, this is the community, these are the people, the numbers are this, and the development needs to reach to them to the deeper level. First thing is that. Secondly, Bihar election. I think Bihar election is a very interesting election this time of day. It is going to be, it was a plan by the opposition to make an election of social justice models. There were 4 social justice models, as you know, Congressy model, Samajwadi, Bhujanwadi model, and the Samagra Samajik Nyay model, which BJP promotes. So they were contesting. They had a contest on all these social justice model. By this decision, BJP government declared that look, we are here to disseminate social justice resources to the marginals with authentic data. And whatever you are saying, we are for that, but in more samagra and holistic way. Okay. So in Bihar election, this caste census is going to play a bigger role. It is going to disarm opposition, Congress, and giving to arm to the BJP. And that is going to give a big boost to the BJP performance and in this election.
I'm coming back to you, sir. Brijesh Kalappa, just respond to what Guru Prakash Paswan was saying. While the Congress party, and I give it to your leader, has been consistent on asking for this while in opposition, but the fact remains that the Congress had many years from 1941, the last time the survey was done, the data was not released. From 1951, the whole process was stopped on the grounds that it will promote, some sort of differences within our polity and the people at that point of time. Since 1951, to 2011, till the time you were in government, there were many opportunities for you to, in fact, conduct this survey. You didn't do that, only as opposition. You think it's an electoral plank, which the BJP is also now utilizing.
See, as far as the 1951 till the present date, I think these questions are really irrelevant because one is that the BJP always raises this issue. It's always about Nehru. It's always about Indira ji. It's always about Rajiv ji. So I don't think these questions are relevant. And I think the people also realize that the BJP, when it has nothing, it blames all these three individuals and then the Mughals and so on and so forth. So I think, see, the real issue is that sometime in the 1990s, caste became a big issue and the question of proportionality became a big issue. The question is, what number of caste members are there in a community? And therefore, how much should there be, their proportion of the overall share of resources be? I think this is the basic question.
Right.
That really came to the fore sometime in the 1990s. And then, of course, Dr. Manmohan Singh conducted an exercise, but, there were some questions which were raised. And, as you know, it's always an issue that the communities which are already developed, which are already in the forefront, they don't want. And as a rule...
Mr. Kalappa, very quickly answer me this, sir. Do you feel, because of the timing of what has happened with the announcement that has been made, do you feel that opposition has lost a big issue that they thought that they can hit the Modi government with?
See, Ankit, I think this is going to help us. The Congress party is going to be phenomenally helped thanks to the fact that Rahul ji has put his neck out, stuck his neck out, and he has said it.
Okay.
And not on one occasion, on dozens of occasions. I think Rahul ji's words have come true. And Rahul ji's, image has certainly risen as a result of this decision.
Well, this is the same kind of credit that the RJD thinks should go to Lalu Prasad Yadav. The Congress would want to give the credit to Mr. Rahul Gandhi. But the fact remains, Bihar election would possibly answer, has the Prime Minister and the BJP stolen that credit, or is the opposition still be able to do anything about that? But Guru Prakash Paswan, like you were questioning the Congress party for, many, many decades, not even thinking about caste census, and then suddenly, of course, raking it up. Their U-turn of, using and trying to, in fact, utilize this as a political tool. Let me just bring out this affidavit that the centre had, in fact, put forward in the Supreme Court in 2021. And sir, I'm, quoting from the affidavit, the centre had termed the caste census exercise as unfeasible in 2021. I'm just talking about 4 years back. The centre also said it is going to be a very cumbersome exercise, which is unfeasible. What prompted, sir? The government said administratively difficult and cumbersome. Hence, the government was not very keen on caste census. Let me then ask you, what prompted this U-turn, sir, then?
Examples, right from 2009, when late Gopinath Mundeji has said on record that we need caste census. Mr. Nityanand Rai, Union Minister of State for Home Affairs, on the floor of the House, has said that we'll do caste census. Like I said, Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah, while addressing the press, has said that we'll do caste census. The fact of the matter remains, Ankit, that social justice cannot be a domain of single family. I oppose reservation of any kind, said Prime Minister Nehru in a letter to Chief Ministers, 1961. There will be civil war, said Mr. Rajiv Gandhi on the floor of the House, if you apply the Mandal Commission recommendation. The U-turn which you have been accusing me or the Congress party is backed on the basis of facts. There are historical data, there are historical anecdotes that suggest that Congress party structurally is a elitist, privileged, entitled and a feudal organization. Look at what they did to Baba Saheb Ambedkar, what they did to Babu Jagjeevan Ram, what they did to Sitaram Kesri, what they did to Kumari Shailja in Haryana. And that what costed them in Haryana. Look, the people of Haryana have responded. People of Maharashtra have responded. The people of Delhi have responded. The people of the entire country in 2014, 2019, 2024 has exposed the hypocrisy and the dual standards of the Congress party. Ankit, we have to understand. The social justice cannot be a matter of politics. Social justice is a matter of commitment for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and it will remain so. Like I said, it is a historical day. there is a wave of enthusiasm among the marginalized sections of the country.
Okay.
The OBCs, STs are embracing this decision, Ankit.
All right, whether the people see it like that or not, because like you quoted a few people from the BJP leaders from your party as endorsing it, the government itself in 2021 went and said it is unfeasible exercise. Mr. Pradeep Narayan, I get it, sir. Mr. Pradeep Narayan, let me understand from you in the end, what happens to those surveys which were done in the opposition ruled states? What happens to them now? Are they redundant once the government starts, undertaking this exercise?
Yeah, Ankit, very, very good question you have raised. Indeed, after the caste census data, these data may be irrelevant in terms of policy dissemination of the government schemes, plan, and all the reservation, whatever. But the government, this Congress government or the government where the other parties are ruling, they will keep their data with them for their own politics. And they will use, look, our data is saying this, your data is saying that. So there will be two data, my data and your data. But as you know, caste census data will be more authentic, more appropriately done. And that will be set the marker of the development.
So the benchmark will be set by the government once it does complete the exercise of caste census. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, it has just been announced. The census already been delayed because of COVID. It's been 5 years. We are in the middle of the decade. At this moment, we are hoping that starts very, very soon. And hence, the caste census will also be conducted under that. But at this moment, it becomes a big political story. And the impact of this will be, of course, answered in Bihar, whether the opposition can run away with the credit or has the Modi government taken away another issue from the opposition. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time out and sharing your views here on NDTV. Remember, there is going to be a lot of political noise. At 7 p.m., Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, is going to address a press conference, which will be followed by a press conference by Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Union Minister, at 7:30 p.m. So stay tuned. We'll get you the reactions first here on NDTV. Short break. We are coming back.
Hello, Moto.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World.
Shifting focus to the other big story, because a series of meetings were taking place and all eyes were on what the government in fact is going to decide vis-a-vis Pakistan after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not usual that the Prime Minister in just a couple of days, one after another, conducts these high-level meetings. I'm sure it has got to do with what the government intends now with Pakistan and the way things are happening. And there have been certain changes which have also been made. But remember, the fallout is just not what is happening in Delhi. There is much more which is taking place in Pahalgam in Kashmir at the LOC. So let me very quickly bring you the 6 top developments on this important story, the fallout of the Pahalgam terror attack. Prime Minister Modi chaired the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting once again. In fact, remember yesterday also the Prime Minister met the top leaders and from the armed forces. The Raksha Mantri was also there along with the NSA. Apart from this, the second development, ladies and gentlemen, that has taken place on this story is after Pahalgam, the line of control is heating up. Pakistan opens fire yet again at the international border and the line of control. Our colleagues have continuously been reporting on this. India-Pakistan DGMOs have spoken on the phone call regarding these ceasefire violations by Pakistan. India sternly told Pakistan not to engage in these kind of violations. India has warned Pakistan against the unprovoked firing, which the country has termed as unacceptable. Meanwhile, the government, in an important development, has also revamped. Key Security Board has been revamped by the government with the former R&AW chief, Raw chief, as the head of that board. Development number 6, External Affairs Minister has spoken to 7 non-permanent United Nations Security Council members and has apprised them of the nefarious activities that Pakistan has indulged in since Pahalgam and after Pahalgam attack. Now, what does all this mean and where are we going? Let me bring you my colleagues for perspective. Sunil Prabhu is joining us from the national capital. He has been keeping a very close eye on what the government, in fact, is doing. These series of meetings. Shiv Arur continues to be with us from Jammu and Kashmir, bringing us the ground reports and, of course, the larger impact and how the government is planning to react to what has happened. Sunil, very quickly coming to you first, because there was a lot of action that took place in the national capital today, high-level meetings, and it is continuously happening yesterday also and today. What do we make of this?
Well, I think the Cabinet Committee on Security reviewed and there are various proposals and various things that have to be cleared, so that was done. Having said that, the fact is that yesterday there was the most critical meeting where the Prime Minister, as we reported, has given the complete operational autonomy to the armed forces, in particular the 3 armed forces chief, the National Security Advisor, as well as the Chief of Defence Staff were present. They will keep the political establishment, that's the Defence Minister as well as the Home Minister, on a need-to-know basis on what and how and when they want to do in terms of giving a response, an effective response, as the Prime Minister has promised, to those who are the perpetrators of this heinous crime and bring them to justice. So it's in that backdrop, we'll have to wait and see. But yes, definitely there was a little bit of a diffusion because the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs had to take that important decision on caste census, something that we reported way back on the 29th of August in 2024 about the fact that the Home Ministry had thought about this caste survey to be included, because they now need time. If they have to roll it out on the 1st of January 2026 and it's going to be the first digital, then you need to have preparation for this entire process to do it on a countrywide by the Registrar General of Census. So definitely a number of other steps at the cabinet meeting,
right.
But I think all eyes are right now on the border between India and Pakistan, and I think everybody is looking at who is going to act and how they're going to do it, and all preparedness. Nobody's taking any chances at this present juncture.
Shiv, we've been talking about this continuously, and you've been, reporting as these ceasefire violations are taking place. I mean, Pakistan, after the terror attack, is now heating up the LOC, though we are responding, but all eyes, not even in just in India, but in Pakistan also would be on the outcome of these meetings, isn't it?
Very true, Ankit. And someone I met in the army a couple of days ago had something really interesting to say, because right now things are very ambiguous. And he said uncertainty is probably India's biggest weapon against Pakistan right now. And obviously he meant that half joking, but there's a very serious subtext to it. The entire ambiguity and uncertainty over what India's next move is going to be has created a huge amount of paralysis, confusion, scrambling, nervousness, a bit of a strategic meltdown in Pakistan. There are all sorts of movements happening. Leaves have been cancelled. Deployments have been changed. All of these are happening because there is absolutely no clarity on where the next hit is going to come from. The Prime Minister has issued those orders saying the armed forces are free to do what they do, but what is that action? When is it going to happen? What are the targets? What is the mode? What is the timing? Absolutely zero clarity on that, and that is a big weapon as far as India is concerned. I mean, the caste census is today's big political bomb, but I think you're very right, and I agree with Sunil that all eyes are on the line of control, where tensions have only escalated day on day. Today, as we reported last night, things have shifted not just from the LOC to other parts of the line of control, but also to the international border in the Pargwal sector just south of Jammu, Ankit. So very clear that Pakistan is trying to trigger some kind of a military response and get some clarity. We've just got information that there is a firing exercise by the Pakistan Navy off the coast of Karachi as well. So it's a 360-degree meltdown in Pakistan, trying to find some strands of sense so they can judge or discern for themselves where the next big thing is going to happen from as far as India is concerned. So far, no clarity whatsoever.
Absolutely. Shiv, before I let you go, and we'll just play out a ground report that you have sent to us as well. Before I let you go, very quickly, like you said, it's a very strategic move. We'll choose our day, we'll choose our time when we want to respond. But till then, it also keeps Pakistan guessing. We are hearing reports of soldiers from the Pakistani army being moved from the Afghanistan border towards Kashmir and towards Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. That does not mean that other options like in Balochistan and everything else are off the table. I mean, this leaves Pakistan more vulnerable than they are thinking that they can secure on the border.
You're absolutely right. There is a sense of vulnerability and nervousness. We must always acknowledge and be serious about the fact that, away from all the social media, sort of tirades between the two sides, war is a serious business. Ankit, you've been to the LOC as well. And these exchanges can be extremely escalatory. But the very fact that Pakistan doesn't know where that's going to come from could also be an after effect of what happened during the Uri surgical strikes, the Balakot bombings, the fact that Pakistan's impulsive move has been to direct its local army posts on the LOC to try and heat up the line of control shows that they may have been expecting some kind of a, an incursion into POK by the special forces. So all of this means that at one level, that kind of deterrence has had a psychological effect. But the Pahalgam terror attack has shown that those have not deterred terror itself. So where the next big move is going to come from continues to be fully in the dark. And they are definitely, I agree with you, Ankit, they are definitely looking at every single meeting, distilling every tweet, milking every chat on television, including this, to see if any information can be gleaned and used as intelligence. Obviously, on NDTV, we never give out any sensitive or operational details, and that's how we will keep it.
Absolutely. But as Pakistan, we keep Pakistan guessing. The fact is that there is a huge amount of resources being also used by India at this moment, deployed by India to hunt down those terrorists, those who in fact conducted the strike in Pahalgam. There are internal operations going on. Meanwhile, Pakistan has been kept right on the edge of the seat. Shiv, thank you so much for joining us and with all those details. Let me at this moment play out this ground report which my colleague Shivaru sent from Srinagar, almost 8 days after what happened in Pahalgam. How is the capital city of Kashmir, in fact, coping up? Take a look.
The Pahalgam terror attack had thrown a cloud and many questions over security for the upcoming Sri Amarnath Yatra that kicks off on July the 3rd and goes on for 43 days till August the 9th. Bookings and reservations and all the protocols began on April the 15th, a week before the Pahalgam attack. But after multiple security reviews, including by Home Minister Amit Shah, at the Cabinet Committee on Security level today in the national capital as well, security across the Kashmir Valley in the entire Jammu and Kashmir stretch, and particularly the Amarnath Yatra itself, has been reflected on, has been reviewed, and the government has made repeated assurances that no stone will be unturned as far as securing the Sri Amarnath Yatra is concerned. Considering that the Pahalgam terror attack, which had very deep and horrific religious lines attached to it, with Pakistani terrorists allegedly profiling on the basis of religion before murdering innocent tourists in that hill station, obviously a shadow was thrown over the upcoming Amarnath Yatra, in which thousands of devotees descend on the Baltal and Pahalgam areas for that pilgrimage to the Amarnath cave shrine. For a few days after the attack, and while we were reporting there was still a bit of uncertainty over whether the Amarnath Yatra would continue as usual or whether there would be some modifications. But with today's Cabinet Committee on Security and the previous internal security meetings that have taken place, and we've been on the ground from the Pahalgam route, we've gotten inputs from Baltal as well, that all arrangements have been made, and clearly the horrifying jolt that India has been subjected to by Pakistani terrorists in Pahalgam has been a truly debilitating wake-up call in many ways, but it has also galvanized, hopefully, the system to ensure that the promise of securing the Amarnath Yatra is carried out without absolutely any lapses whatsoever. Here at the Sri Shankaracharya Temple, overlooking Srinagar and the Kashmir Valley, with Ashwini Vaishnaw, Shivarur, NDTV.
All right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, we'll shift focus to the politics in West Bengal over inauguration of the Jagannath Temple by Mamata Banerjee. Stay tuned, we are coming back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzel Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee inaugurated the Jagannath Dham in Bengal's Digha today. The temple is a replica of Puri Jagannath temple built with Rajasthan pink sandstone. Inauguration is Trinamool's Ram temple moment, ladies and gentlemen, and it is very important politically as well, because this comes, months ahead. January, February 2026 is when Bengal will see political action, and at a time when the Hindutva pitch is being raised by the BJP, this seems to be a counter by Mamata Banerjee after the Murshidabad violence. Now, inauguration was done on Akshay Tritiya, that is today. Large crowd is expected with West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee going all out for the inauguration of this temple, which has been built at a cost of whopping 2,050 crore rupees. The administration has left no stone unturned to ensure grand success of this opening ceremony. Meanwhile, the BJP has once again hit back at Mamata Banerjee and has said to restore temples in right-hit areas is more important than building the new ones.
Rabindranath Thakurer bhashaয় বলি সবারই করি আহ্বান সবাই আসুন এই মন্দির আপনাদের জন্যই আর কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যে উন্মুক্ত করে দেওয়া হবে মন্দিরের দ্বার তারপর থেকে আপনারা যখন ইচ্ছে আসবেন মন্দিরের সময় অনুযায়ী ভোগও পাবেন এবং পাশেই গজা প্যাড়া খাজা থেকে শুরু করে নানা রকম দোকানও তৈরি করা হচ্ছে আপনারা দেখতে পাচ্ছেন মেন মন্দিরে কালকে ধ্বজা ওড়ানো হয়েছে
आप देख लीजिए पेपर्स ये हिटको है जिनका चेयरमैन फिराद हकीम है ये हिटको का प्रोजेक्ट है इसमें लिखा हुआ है श्री जगन्नाथ धाम कल्चरल सेंटर नॉट टेम्पल मीडिया आप सरकार की लाइसेंस लेकर काम कर रहा है गलत भ्रम पैदा मत कीजिए इट्स ए कल्चरल सेंटर नॉट टेम्पल और हिंदू का मंदिर कभी सरकारी रुपया में नहीं होता है वो राम मंदिर जैसे अयोध्या में बनाना हिंदू लोग का निधि से होता है
Shreyasi, my colleague, joins us on the phone line for more details on this. Shreyasi, we were talking about this yesterday, how politically sensitive and important this is for Mamata Banerjee. Is Jai Jagannath versus Jai Shri Ram pitch. But, with the BJP trying to counter this, saying that this is just a hogwash, how are the people taking this messaging by both parties?
Well, even if the people are non-receptive of message, it's been driven home by the Trinamool Congress today. West Bengal Chief Minister, while inaugurating the temple during the Pran Pratishtha, has said that in every household there will be prasad and a picture of the Holy Trinity that will be sent with a message from the Chief Minister. So really, also the fact that the West Bengal government went out and put advertisements across national dailies across the country today. It goes on to show the political messaging as well, considering that elections are going to be held early next year. And as you rightly mentioned, that the Hindutva pitch between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress has only intensified over the temple inauguration. But most interestingly, even BJP leader and former state BJP president Dilip Ghosh was there at Bihar today, present along with his family, and he met the Chief Minister one-on-one on the sidelines at the temple. So, of course, it's being very closely watched by the people of West Bengal, the kind of messaging that the state government is giving out to the people through this inaugural ceremony, the gala ceremony that has lasted over 3 days now. And Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was leading that.
Shreyasi, thank you for speaking to us on this story. We'll keep a very close eye because remember, Bengal also, of course, will be up for elections early next year. And till then, the BJP and the Trinamool Congress will do everything to try and play this political one-upmanship game, which we see at this moment played out in West Bengal. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the Aam Aadmi Party. Former AAP ministers Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, both who lost their elections in the 2025 Delhi elections, are facing fresh trouble in the alleged 2,000 crore classroom construction scam. The Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Delhi Police has registered a corruption case against the two leaders and has started a comprehensive probe to ascertain the role of the other alleged culprits. The role of unknown government officials and contractors is also being looked into, the ACB chief Madhur Verma has said. The Aam Aadmi Party has hit back and has called this BJP's continuous witch hunt.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार कुछ अपना काम तो कर नहीं सकती है और जिस तरीके से मनीष सिसोदिया जी पर और हमारे बाकी लीडर्स के ऊपर केस दर्ज किए जाते हैं, मुझे तो लगता है कि अब एक केस ये भी दर्ज होगा कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी सरकारी कुर्सी पे क्यों बैठे थे। मनीष सिसोदिया जी वहाँ कॉमा और फुल स्टॉप लगाना उस कागज में क्यों भूल गए, इसके ऊपर भी एक FIR दर्ज होगी। तो इनको 5 साल तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार को कोई काम नहीं करना है, इनको बस यही ड्रामेबाजी करनी है। कभी इस मामले पे केस दर्ज कर दिया, कभी उस मामले पे केस दर्ज कर दिया। मैं फिर से कहता हूं, ये महज इत्तेफाक नहीं हो सकता है कि दुर्गेश पाठक जी को गुजरात का सह प्रभारी बनाया गया, उनके खिलाफ FIR दर्ज हो जाती है, उनके घर पे रेड हो जाती है। मनीष सिसोदिया जी को, सत्येंद्र जैन जी को पंजाब का प्रभारी और सह प्रभारी बनाया जाता है और उनके ऊपर नए सिरे से FIR दर्ज हो जाती है। ये पूरी तरह से पॉलिटिकल मामला है।
आज जब भ्रष्टाचार निरोधक शाखा ने शिक्षा एवं शिक्षा सुधार के नाम पर क्लासरूम के निर्माण में घोटाला करने पर आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार में उप मुख्यमंत्री रहे मनीष सिसोदिया और जेल में मसाज कराने वाले मंत्री सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ FIR दर्ज की है। हमारी एक मांग ये भी है कि मनीष सिसोदिया, सत्येंद्र जैन के साथ साथ एंटी करप्शन ब्रांच अरविंद केजरीवाल की भूमिका की भी जांच करे और CVC की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार भी इस पूरे घोटाले में लगभग 2000 करोड़ का घोटाला नजर आता है।
Today is Akshaya Tritiya, ladies and gentlemen, an auspicious day, and we have seen how usually people, throng out to buy gold on this day. Despite the high prices of gold, There were fears whether this Akshaya Tritiya is going to be a dampener, but in India, nothing glitters like gold, and this Akshaya Tritiya as well, the metal has continued to shine as far as the customers are concerned. My colleague Sakshi has more.
All that glitters is gold couldn't hold more true than now on the auspicious occasion of Akshaya Tritiya. While it is believed that buying the precious metal on Akshaya Tritiya brings good luck and fortune and is also considered an auspicious day for new beginnings, but of what really are the options and what really are the trends being observed this Akshaya Tritiya and what really is the outlook for gold prices going forward? Well, NDTV spoke to economists as well as some jewelers, and gold clearly continues to hold fort. Now, as per their initial analysis, despite record high prices, gold sales continue, especially on this auspicious occasion, they say. However, experts believe that diversification is clearly being looked at within the gold sector as well as, of course, beyond that. And there has been a change in the volumes or quantity purchased, they say, given the high prices. While some are looking at other forms of gold such as ETFs or exchange-traded funds and gold coins and, of course, gold bars as well, others are looking at silver as an option going forward. However, given geopolitical concerns, the spotlight really is on the safe haven appeal and demand of the precious metal, whether that continues to see the boost, of course, or not, and whether gold prices ease in the near term.
Some international news now. 100 days of US President Donald Trump. He has completed his 100th day in the second tenure of the President of United States. Now, it has been, campaign-style speech in Michigan that he celebrated 100 days, touting his achievements, saying he was using his presidency to deliver profound change in the United States of America. He also spoke on India and said that talks with India on tariffs are coming along great.
India is coming along great. I think we'll have a deal with India. The Prime Minister, as you know, was here 3 weeks ago, and they want to make a deal. We'll see what happens. Thank you. Thank you.
With that, it's thank you from our entire team as well. That's all the time that we have. News and updates will continue on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Government's big move ahead of Bihar polls. Modi government announces caste census. Cabinet clears a big decision. Caste to be counted in the next census. Caste census sparks credit war now. Opposition says government has bowed down to our demands. It's a day of key meetings in New Delhi in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack. After two top security meetings, Prime Minister met with top ministers today. He also held the cabinet meeting and the second CCS meeting after the Pahalgam terror attack. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee inaugurates Jagannath Temple. Mamata Banerjee says she invites everybody to see the magnificent temple. BJP calls Diga a cultural centre, says TMC misleading people. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Modi government will be enumerating caste as part of its upcoming census. This is a very important announcement, and the timing of this is particularly interesting. The nation is angry and grieving over the lives lost in recent Pahalgam terror attack. A caste census, remember, was a long-standing demand by the Congress party and also certain opposition parties, but welfare and representation, BJP under Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also tried to showcase itself as the only political party that's committed to the interests of deprived sections of the society. Now, this is undoubtedly a big move with political and social ramifications, political reactions, owning of credit, appropriation of viewpoints, and also politics over this has already begun. But the larger point here is also the government drawing a distinction between the UPA conducted SECC in 2011 and also caste surveys being done in many Congress-ruled states, saying all of that is unscientific and the BJP will do a better job of it because census is, after all, a union subject. Now, it also shows when it comes to the Bahujan of this country, BJP wants to walk the extra mile because Hindu unity is core to its politics. Remember, this is what the RSS has also been talking about. Incidentally, only yesterday, the Prime Minister had a very important meeting with RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat at his residence. Let's look at what this means for the politics of this country, starting with some reactions to this story.
It is well understood that Congress and its India alliance partners have used caste census only as a political tool to ensure that a social fabric is not disturbed by politics. Caste enumeration should be transparently included. I'm emphasizing the word transparently included in the census instead of surveys. This will strengthen the social and economic structure of our society while the nation continues to progress. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Cabinet Committee of Political Affairs has decided today, that is 30th April 2025, that caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
ये हम लोगों की 30 वर्ष पुरानी मांग रही है और ये हमारे पुरखों की जीत है, समाजवादियों की जीत है, लालू जी की जीत है। आज हम लोगों की ताकत देखिए, समाजवादियों की ताकत देखिए कि इनको हमारे ही एजेंडे पर जो है काम करना पड़ रहा है। तो अब हमारी अगली लड़ाई ये होगी कि जब ये जनगणना होगी जिसमें इंक्लूड किया जाएगा कास्ट सेंसस का भी, तब उसके बाद जब नतीजे आएंगे देश के जो विधानसभा चुनाव में हमारी मांग रहेगी कि पिछड़ों और अति पिछड़ों के लिए भी, जैसे दलित और आदिवासी भाइयों का आरक्षित सीटें हैं, जो है आरक्षित सीटें जो है वो करनी पड़ेगी।
ये बड़ा और ऐतिहासिक फैसला है जिसके लिए मैं अपनी तरफ से, मेरी पार्टी लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास की तरफ से, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। मेरे बिहार की 14 करोड़ जनता की तरफ से और समस्त देशवासियों की तरफ से मुझे लगता है आज एक लंबी जो हम लोगों की इच्छा थी, मांग थी, ख्वाहिश थी, आज हर उस देशवासी की इस ख्वाहिश को मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने पूरा करने का कार्य किया। जनगणना का सबसे ज़्यादा असर देश के तमाम उन गरीब जातियों से आने वाले लोगों को होगा जो संभवतः अभी तक मुख्य धारा के साथ नहीं जुड़ पाए हैं, केंद्र राज्य सरकारों का उस स्तर पर लाभ नहीं ले पाए हैं जो अपेक्षित था।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को मैं विशेष तौर पर धन्यवाद देता हूँ, बधाई देता हूँ। बिहार और पूरा देश आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी को याद कर रहा है, जिन्होंने जातीय जनगणना के साथ जोड़ने का काम किया है। बिहार और पूरा देश आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी को विशेष तौर पर बधाई देता है। और साथ ही साथ क्योंकि कई पार्टी सिर्फ जातीय जनगणना को राजनीतिकरण करने का काम कर रही थी, इसलिए आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी को मैं फिर से बधाई देता हूँ।
ನಮ್ಮ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಫೆಸ್ಟೋನಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸೋಷಿಯೋ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಬರೀ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ, ಸೋಷಿಯೋ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಬರೀ ಈಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜನಗಣತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಅದೇ ಸರಿಯಪ್ಪ. ಸೋಷಿಯೋ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ सोशियो इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ.
मनमोहन सिंह जी साहब ने इसका सेंसस करवाया था, 2011 तक इसका सेंसस पूरा हुआ था. फिर भी ये सेंसस को लागू करने के लिए, इस सेंसस को इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए बहुत सारी दिक्कतें लाएगी और उसका विरोध पुरजोर से अभी की सरकार ने किया था. कास्ट वाइज सेंसस की घोषणा सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर वैष्णव जी ने की, इसका हम स्वागत करते हैं. सच तो यह है कि ये काफी दिनों से हमारी मांग थी. राहुल जी ने संघर्ष करके इस मांग को कंटिन्यूस स्क्रीनिंग की बात की थी कि हर समाज को उसको अधिकार मिले, ये विशेष रूप से ओबीसी समाज को ये अधिकार मिले और उनके आरक्षण का भी जो प्रॉब्लम हो वो भी सॉल्व हो.
There's been a long-standing demand of the opposition parties, the Congress, the DMK and other parties which believe in positive social justice, that we needed some sort of a data for reservation or for other welfare measures which had to be targeted to the population which deserves. So this is something that we have been asking the union government to do. Now the BJP has understood that it is a genuine question or the genuine demand of the people that was put by opposition.
My colleagues Harsha, Deepak Bopanna and also Sam Daniel are joining us now. Harsha, to you first. Harsha, it was in Rajasthan where the Prime Minister had made that important pitch during elections 2024. Given what happened in 2024 and what is happening today, this announcement of caste census, how do you understand, how do you reflect on the learnings that the BJP has had in the course of the last few months?
Absolutely. You know, they have started looking very closely at the caste matrix, and for a state like Rajasthan, caste is really key. Sometimes the caste is more important than any overriding emotion. So you saw in 2023, Ashok Gehlot in Baswara announced on World Tribal Day that, you know, if the Congress was voted back to power, they would carry out a caste survey. Now we saw that the BJP also had to deal with these caste dynamics in Rajasthan. If you look at the caste flashpoints, a lot of the former BJP leaders, so that goes back to 2001, 2002. They started the reservation movement for the economically weaker sections in the upper caste. Then there was the Gujar agitation, which said that, look, we are in OBC, but we're not getting the benefits of reservation. We want to be in tribals. Then you had the Jats of Dholpur and Bharatpur saying that, you know, if all other Jats have reservation, why have we been exempted? Just because we are a former royal state. You also saw, the Malis, smaller reservation movements like the Malis agitating for reservation. And then, of course, you saw this whole Ganga Jal controversy where, a Dalit leader went into a temple and it was sprinkled with Ganga Jal. The BJP immediately realized that it's something that they'll have to pay the political price for, and they sacked Gyandev Ahuja. So that's how important the caste matrix is in Rajasthan. We've been talking, like you said, the overarching Hindu identity is something that the BJP has tried to push, especially in tribal areas, and yet you see the growth of the Bharatiya Adivasi Party, which is a party with a completely new tribal identity. It's not Congress, it's not BJP. So that's important. That's how important the
that's
caste
very important.
matrix
Are
is
these
in Rajasthan.
overarching
I would in
ideas?
fact say caste is key
Right.
to understanding the politics of Rajasthan.
Absolutely, Deepak. You belong to a state which has just just recently seen this whole discord in the Congress party because of the leaked report of caste survey. Tell us what was the fallout of that, and how is the Congress party looking at today's announcement, because Siddaramaiah has already come out with a statement.
Well, they'll be looking at it very keenly, especially some within the Congress party, especially some of their own ministers, because of the fact that, they have had issues with the state census. Though they're, of course, not naming it a census, they're saying it's a socio-economic survey, but we've seen a lot of differences, haven't we, in the past. But there was a very clear instruction that was given by the Congress High Command, especially to Karnataka, which was somewhere, putting this particular survey on the back burner. 2015 is when it was commissioned. In 2025 is when they've actually gone ahead and accepted it, and then even taken it up for discussion, and even now the report has not been made completely public. So that is where some of the challenges, of course, lie as far as the state census is concerned. Now that the center is saying that we will come out with a comprehensive census and we will come out with the data of the caste enumeration in the country, the Chief Minister has already said this is a part of the Congress manifesto, was mentioned in the past, and we'll really have to see how they will go into the details, especially if it is going to be a socio-economic survey, because only that could actually do justice to the backward classes. So we could also see in a short while from now the AICC president, who is at his residence here in Bengaluru, react as well, and we'll be putting out that for our viewers.
Okay, Sam Daniel joins us from Chennai. Sam, tell us how are the Dravidian parties expected to look at this, because this was something that the DMK also was supporting the Congress for, and AIDMK now is in alliance with the BJP there.
That's right, Vasudha. The ruling DMK welcomes this, saying it's a shot in the arm for the opposition, for the India bloc, which mounted pressure. And this has made, in a sense, the BJP make a U-turn after claiming this is impractical and will be divisive in that sense. And with 1 year to go for elections in the state, the ruling DMK hopes this will, in a sense, consolidate the OBCs in that sense. And the BJP, of course, having struck or revived alliance with the AIADMK, hopes to consolidate particularly the votes of the Tevar community, which it's trying to unite since after Jayalalitha's death, after the rivalry between EPS and OPS, the party in a sense is divided, and they hope that this will unite them and bring them together in one bloc to help them expand their footprint in the state. For safety reasons, in a sense, the DMK avoided going for the caste survey, saying that it can be done to be only by the center to be legally valid. And the bigger question would be, in a state which has the highest percentage of reservation, 51%, would the outcome of caste census be in any way contradictory to the present form? Right. And that could be seen as a majoritarianism. That's something the government is cautious, but they hope that will not happen. The census could reflect the way things are at the moment on the ground, they say.
Right. Thank you, Sam Daniel. Thank you, Harsha. And thank you, Deepak, for joining us with those details. We have Chandan Gowda, who's a political analyst. We have Adil Singh Boparai from the Congress party. We have Shazia Ilmi of the BJP. And we have Dr. Milind Awad, who's also somebody who understands caste. Joining us now, Shazia, to you first. In 2011, the data of the socio-economic and caste census, which was done by the UPA government, the data has still not been released because in fact, this is what the center said in Supreme Court in 2021, that 46 lakh different castes. There were a lot of complexities, multiplicity of caste. How is the government looking at overcoming these challenges? How foolproof do you think, and how transparent do you think the exercise is going to be?
First of all, Vasudha, thank you for inviting me on your show. And I want to tell everybody, to all the viewers of NDTV, through you, Vasudha ji, that it's indeed historic. First time ever since independence, caste census will be a part of the population census. And this will be done alongside the population census, which was pending. We all know it was to be done and had to be done during COVID. So it's actually great news and historic news. And despite the fact that it comes in 7th schedule, and Union could have done it anytime earlier, despite many promises in 2010. And despite the fact that the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had promised to include the caste census, Congress always deterred. So it had to say one thing on the face of it and use the entire idea of caste census and talking about it as a political tool and keeping the cauldron burning. But when it comes to action and doing it, the cabinet has approved this very big historic decision, which will have a huge impact, and it is already sending some kind of tremors to the India Alliance. Of course, I've changed the name and I call them Pindi Alliance because they're Rawalpindi folks. But I really think it's been stumped. But more than that, more importantly, it's a big win for India. And the idea the Prime Minister has of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and justice, social justice, and economic justice. And all this information, according to caste, along with the name, gender, age, and other details, will be taken by the population census and ensure that what exactly is the position of various castes. Because until now, it was only scheduled castes and scheduled tribes.
Right.
So for the first time since independence, I should say after 1931, I think this is being done. So this is historic indeed.
So that's a very valid point. Adil Singh Bopara of the Congress Party, after the Congress and the India bloc made very fierce demands about the national caste census, now we do see the caste census coming up, but it also shows that the BJP is willing to walk that extra mile. It does not really care about whose idea is it. This is not part of its commitments to people. It's not an ideological promise, but clearly the BJP realizes that this is something that the Bahujan of the country wants, and it wants to do that. Do you see this as something that can blunt the narrative of social justice that Rahul Gandhi has been talking about?
It's a vindication. It is a vindication of our position. It is a vindication of our vision. And if hypocrisy had a name and a face, it is the BJP today. Absolutely, this is a decision in the right direction. It was after Congress party's sustained and continuous perseverance on the floor of the House and outside the House that the BJP has to finally buckle. They had no option because there was groundswell of anger. They can't make a necessity and masquerade it as a virtue. They had no option because the Congress party and 1.4 billion people of this country had mounted unparalleled pressure on this government to act. And therefore, they buckled and they've acted. So therefore, we welcome this decision. Having said this, there are a few pointers. The BJP should not just make it appear like a slogan and forget about it. This needs to be done immediately and as soon as possible. They should not delay it on some pretext or the other like they did with the women's reservation bill. The BJP has a track record of making announcements and being short on implementation. That's number one. Number two, it must be done in a transparent manner. Number three, there are several Congress-ruled governments, opposition governments, where this has already been put into action. So therefore, they must seek our advice on the nuts and bolts of this census. We can contribute. If we have to work as a cohesive unit, if we have to work as Team India, they must be open to best practices which we've already adopted. Because at the end of the day, it is the people of this country. We are servants of the people of this country. We exist to serve this country. Okay. So therefore, if there are ideas, there are policy measures which can be borrowed by them, they must be open to it. Unfortunately,
okay, before I come to Shazia, Professor Gowda, clearly the BJP has had a rethink in the last many years, and there's nothing wrong in that because political parties have to evolve according to needs of their population. But how do you see this as a political gamble? Do you see this as a logistical challenge? What do you think the government should be thinking about right now to get this exercise right? Because in Karnataka, in your own state, we saw this creating a lot of discord even amongst the ruling party leaders.
Yeah. So Vasudha, I don't see any logistical difficulties. It's just an additional column with the existing columns in the National Census Survey papers. So it doesn't cost much extra money at all. Please remember, every state doing its own survey, like Telangana, Karnataka, Bihar, they've spent crores of rupees, lots of people actually on the ground collecting data over months, etc. All of this could have been averted if it had the caste census earlier on. Just for the record, the Vajpayee government was under pressure to do it by civil society activists. They didn't do it. the Congress government was under, it announced to do it in 2011 and went back and had a separate caste census, which is not helpful because just having data on castes without being able to link it with socioeconomic indicators is not very useful at all. But it's being done now. If there's one advantage of having a delayed national census is it's going to include this variable now.
Right. Dr. Awad, also help us understand what does this mean for the SC/ST, OBC population of this country? Because, we've been talking a lot about representation. Does that also mean that, proportional representation could be on the, could be something that we can look at in the future, and also rejig of quotas? What does this mean for the Bahujan of this country?
Precisely. I think this decision is too late to welcome, because first caste census was done in 1932. Second caste census was done in 1962, and after that there was demand, particularly post-Mandal India and Indian polity raised this demand, and this demand was quite visible across the country. So whenever now we talk about OBC reservation and further fragmentation within OBC reservation, caste census was one of the major issues which was discussed across the state. So if you take the example of OBC reservation in Haryana, Jat reservation, reservation of Maratha reservation in Maharashtra, Lingayat reservation and their claim in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So these examples, this demand and their assertion basically based on the participation in the liberal democratic institution through reservation is one of the major issue. But since we did not have caste census, there was no rational, empirical or statistics to rationalize reservation based on preference or preferential reservation or further split in reservation. So basically, I'll just finish my point. So basically, now if you take the example of Telangana, there is demand of...
Right, Dr. Awad, that's a very valid point. Let me just get in Shazia here, because Adil has also been saying that, this is because of the Congress party's vindication. How do you see this, Shazia, when opposition parties say that this is the BJP following, their, in a sense, their demands?
I want to make 2 points here, and I think they will answer the questions or the misgiving of sorts that was being pointed out by my colleague from Congress. And I feel when these facts are brought to surface, he will do the fact that he asked this question, and I'll tell you why. So first of all, let me tell you, it is not the government of India, but the Registrar General and the Census Commissioner of India, who actually under the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, actually conduct this. And this has it's been happening since 1948, so it actually predates, this Act of Parliament predates the Constitution, so to speak. So Census of India Act predates the Constitution of India, so it does not bind the union government whatsoever. So it's an independent body which is there. It has nothing to do with the government of the day. So best practices and all need not be offered as an idea by anybody. But a more important point, and that will make your viewers understand this a little better, and this is purely factual. I want to tell everybody that in 2010, the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh ji did try, and he did assure the Lok Sabha, and I will present you the evidence, I will dig that out and show it to you, that caste census would be included and would be considered by the cabinet. But many cabinet ministers and most vocally, it was Chidambaram who actually said that this should not be there and we cannot have a caste census, and that's why it was not done. And the Prime Minister Manmohan Singh ji, despite his assurance, could not make it happen, and because
Adil, quickly, would you like to respond to this?
This survey, so Congress and India Alliance have just used it as a tool, and everybody knows that Union could have done it any time.
Adil,
because as per Article 246.
Your closing remarks, Adil.
Some basic facts to cut out the theatrics.
Adil?
I find it baffling how the BJP can literally somersault with a straight face. But be that as it may, number one, I think this is a game-changing idea because this helps in better targeting of social welfare schemes. We have more data. We have empirical evidence to come up and formulate schemes which can better address the targeted beneficiaries, number one. Number two, and I say this with responsibility, there were BJP ministers, there were BJP members of parliament, And surely BJP spokespersons in their motor mouths who accused the Congress party's
There was
leadership.
Manmohan Singh. There was the Karnataka government.
This is a very bad habit of interrupting.
No, it's just facts.
Even spokesperson, let me complete. It doesn't behove of somebody as senior as you to interrupt.
But you can be factual, my dear friend, and talk about your party also. No, it would just make, it would lead more credibility to your answers. So that's all. I was helping you, in fact.
Let the people of this country judge each other's credibility.
You know, for once, both parties are on the same page, Adil and Shazia. You know, both of you want the caste census now, so that's a good thing. Professor Gowda, you wanted to make a point here, sir.
Vasudha, this is not fair. I haven't completed yet.
Okay, please finish. Yeah.
So therefore, let me complete my point. It was the BJP ministers and MPs who accused the Congress party of dividing society. They slandered us, Vasudha. The BJP used to slander us when we demanded for a caste census. It is publicly documented. These hypocrites used to slander us. Today it is a vindication. It is a vindication for one.
Okay, Adil, I'll have to give the last word to Professor Gowda. You wanted to say something, sir.
Yeah, so Vasudha, it's one thing to talk about what the caste census will do in terms of how reservation policies will be affected by it, etc. Very quickly, you know, the National Commission of Backward Classes Act.
Okay, Professor Gowda, I'm really sorry. Rahul Gandhi is speaking. Rahul Gandhi, Congress MP, is speaking now. Thank you so much.
तोड़ के हटाएंगे पता नहीं क्या हुआ सडनली 11 साल बाद नरेंद्र मोदी जी कहते थे कि सिर्फ 4 जाते हैं सडनली कास्ट सेंसस का अनाउंसमेंट किया हम इसको सपोर्ट करते हैं पूरी तरह सपोर्ट करते हैं मगर हम टाइमलाइन चाहते हैं हम जानना चाहते हैं ये कब तक होगा और ये एक पहला कदम है तेलंगाना एक मॉडल बना है कास्ट सेंसस के लिए और वो ब्लूप्रिंट बन सकती है और कास्ट सेंसस को डिज़ाइन करने में हमारा पूरा सरकार को ऑफर है पूरा समर्थन है कि हम डिज़ाइन करेंगे क्योंकि डिज़ाइन बहुत ज़रूरी है क्योंकि 2 एग्जाम्पल्स हैं एक बिहार का डिज़ाइन है दूसरा तेलंगाना का डिज़ाइन है उसमें ज़मीन आसमान का फ़र्क है और मैं दोहराना चाहता हूं कि कास्ट सेंसस पहला कदम है हमारा जो विजन है एक बिल्कुल नया डेवलपमेंट का विकास का पैराडाइम हम कास्ट सेंसस के माध्यम से लाना चाहते हैं सिर्फ रिजर्वेशंस नहीं मगर हम सेंट्रल सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि चाहे ओबीसीज हों दलित्स हों आदिवासी हों उनकी देश में कितनी भागीदारी है कास्ट सेंसस से एक प्रकार से पता लगेगा बट कास्ट सेंसस से आगे जाना है हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस में संस्थाओं में इनकी कहां कहां पार्टिसिपेशन है पावर स्ट्रक्चर जो है उधर कितनी पार्टिसिपेशन है ये नेक्स्ट स्टेप है और हम चाहते हैं कि इस डायरेक्शन में कास्ट सेंसस जाए हमने एक और चीज कही थी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने रेज की थी मैनिफेस्टो में भी था आर्टिकल 15(5) आर्टिकल 15(5) इज रिजर्वेशन इन प्राइवेट एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस ये कानून है ऑलरेडी कानून है और हम चाहते हैं एकदम इस कानून को एनडीए की सरकार बीजेपी की सरकार इंप्लीमेंट करना शुरू करे सेंसस को डिले किया है और अपोज किया था हम इस को वेलकम करते हैं ये हमारा विजन है इन्होंने अडॉप्ट किया बहुत अच्छा मगर हम चाहते हैं कि हमें डेट्स बताई जाएं किस दिन तक ये सेंसस होगा बजट में इसका पैसा आना चाहिए अभी बजट में पैसा नहीं है और फिर जो डेवलपमेंटल विजन है वो हमारे सामने प्रेजेंट होना चाहिए तो ये मैं आपसे कहना चाहता था अंग्रेजी में बोल देता हूं कास्ट सेंसस वी हैव बीन फाइटिंग नाउ फॉर सम टाइम गवर्नमेंट हैज अपोज्ड फॉर सम रीजन वी डोंट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट दैट रीजन इज they have suddenly decided to do it we welcome that We are happy that they have done the caste census. Telangana is a model state for the caste census. There are two caste censuses in front of us. One is Telangana, the other is Bihar. They are completely different caste censuses. The Telangana caste census, the questions have been developed by a process of consultation, not a closed process, open process, by asking the stakeholders what are the type of questions. And it's been a very detailed, very granular exercise. We would like the national census to follow some of the ideas of the Telangana census, and we are more than happy to help the government develop the national census on similar lines. We've had two other issues that we have discussed which are also central, which is the 50% cap on reservations. Now this is becoming an impediment. This is becoming an impediment to development, to progress of our country, and to the progress of backward castes, Dalits and Adivasis. And we want this 50% barrier to be eliminated and broken. We have stated that. We have put enough pressure on the government to get the caste census done. We want a date by when it's done. We are going to put pressure on the government to make sure that 50% cap is destroyed. And after that, there is a third thing, which is the Article 15(5), which is reservation in private educational institutions. It is already a law. We want that law to be implemented as soon as possible. So that is broadly the structure. We see the caste census as a new paradigm of development. And we want to go beyond the caste census. We want to understand what is the participation of 90% of our population in the power structure of our country. Where are they participating effectively? And where are they not participating? And we want to give them participation and access to power. So we are absolutely convinced in the Congress Party that the caste census is a first step of a completely new development paradigm in the country, and we are going to push this paradigm through one way or the other. It doesn't matter what the BJP thinks. We have shown that we can pressure the BJP into doing the caste census. We are going to show you that we are going to pressure the BJP into doing 15(5) and also removing the 50% cap. I think every Congress member, every Congress worker, every single person who has fought for the caste census, and there are millions of people, activists from the backward communities, Dalits, Adivasis, I'm very proud of what you have done. This would not be possible without the effort, without the hard work that you have done. It has been a sustained campaign that we have run, and I'm very proud of every single person who has helped us in this campaign. Thank you.
So you said that the government was opposed to this and suddenly decided to take this step. Do you think that this decision has been taken in light of the upcoming Bihar polls?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's why this decision has been taken in a hurry. I don't need to comment on whether they took it, when they took it, how they took it. Now they have taken it. We are happy they have taken it. Now this needs to be taken forward.
सर, प्रधानमंत्री बार बार ये कहते थे कि ये 4 जातियां होती हैं सिर्फ देश में. अब अचानक से फैसला हुआ तो क्या लगता है कि आप
Well, Congress leader and leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, they're addressing a very important press conference saying that caste census, the important announcement that's been made by the Modi government today, changes the politics of this country, and it's an important move in the political realm of this country. But he, of course, is taking credit for this idea and also saying that a lot needs to be done, including the law that needs to be brought in. Well, that's what was said by Rahul Gandhi today. But good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV, and this is the 7:30 p.m. news break. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a very important high-level cabinet meeting on political affairs in the wake of the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam. And this meeting happened today. The Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs, CCPA, also met today. In fact, it's being called the Super Cabinet, and it was underway in the morning. And it's also expected to huddle over the next possible measures to be taken. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a high-level cabinet meeting on political affairs in the wake of the deadly terror attack in Jammu Kashmir's Pahalgam. This meeting happened today. In fact, the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs meeting was called the Super Cabinet. It was underway today morning, and it was expected to discuss possible measures that could be taken in the next few days. Prime Minister also held the second CCS, the second Cabinet Committee on Security, earlier today. In fact, this is the second CCS that's happening after the Pahalgam terror attack. Remember, terrorists had killed 26 innocent tourists and had injured several others in this brutal attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. Previously, in a CCS meeting, the first CCS meeting after the terror attack that was held on the 23rd of April, government had announced a string of measures targeting Pakistan, including suspension of key provisions of the Indus Water Treaty and expulsion of Pakistani nationals. In fact, Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil is all set to meet Home Minister Amit Shah in a few minutes from now, and this is for the second important meeting after the IWT was put on hold. We'll get you all those details when that meeting begins, but now we're joined by Brahma Chalani, who's a strategic affairs expert. We also have A.K. Bajaj, former chairperson, Central Water Commission, and also ex-officio secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Water Resources. Thank you both of you for joining me on this broadcast. Professor Chalani, to you first. How do you see, it's been a week since the IWT was put on hold, sir, and in the last few days, a lot has happened. Today, a lot of meetings were held. How do you see the string of meetings, the second CCS, the CCPA, and also high-level meetings in the Home Ministry? Everyone is asking this question, what is going to happen, and of course, when? How do you assess the situation?
First, halting Pakistan's state sponsorship of terrorism by leveraging the world's most generous water-sharing treaty offers India a bloodless path to reform a rogue Pakistan. It's been clear for a long time that water and blood cannot flow together, and Prime Minister Modi himself said that 8 years ago. The Indus Treaty remains the world's most generous water sharing pact by far. There's no other treaty in the world which comes anywhere close to the water generosity that the Indus Treaty embodies. More than 80% of the Indus Basin waters have been reserved by India for Pakistan's use. This is incredible. And Pakistan was not a friend of India even in 1960. It was an adversary. And yet, India went out of its way in the hope that this treaty could become an instrument to promote peace and subcontinental collaboration. In that naive hope, India signed this treaty. And not only that, India has, over the years, persisted with its generosity in other areas. For example, the Indus Waters Treaty only demands that India provide information on, quote-unquote, extraordinary discharges and flood flows. But India has been providing hydrological data to Pakistan during the flood season. There's an agreement that is renewed periodically on sharing hydrological data during the flood season. But that is extraneous to the Indus Waters Treaty. The treaty, as I said, only requires India to provide information on extraordinary discharges and flood flows. So the time has come for India to discard this unilateral generosity and leverage this treaty to reform Pakistan's behavior.
Right. Mr. Bajaj, it's been a week since the IWT was put on hold, and people have, experts like you have also talked about this. Many have said that any significant reduction of flow of water to Pakistan will take at least a few years. We've seen that India's hydel power projects on the western rivers have been compliant with the treaty, as no diversion or storage of water takes place, and it's going to take some time for us to build that kind of storage capacities. How do you see what has happened in the last few days, and also Pakistan's reaction to all of this?
Pakistan is naturally very aggressively opposing whatever steps India is taking. So because it's their lifeline, and almost 80 to 85% of the agriculture in Pakistan is happening with the water of this Indus rivers that is going to Pakistan. So even on the eastern rivers, which are allocated all to India, a lot of water continued to flow after signing of the treaty till even maybe up to 2000 or slightly more. And it was only gradually that we were able to build our infrastructure projects like storage dams and diversions and canals, so that the eastern rivers water could be utilized fully by India. Today we are in a position to say that not even a single drop of water from the eastern rivers is going to Pakistan, and only during extreme floods some water will go eventually at some point of time. So in a similar way, if we want to stop water from the western rivers going to Pakistan, so we'll need to build the infrastructure there. And it is not just storage dam that will be required to stop water going down, but we will also need to divert that water from the western rivers area, because there is not much consumptive use there in that area.
Right.
And all the usage is in the eastern rivers region, like Pakistan and like Punjab, Haryana, and onwards to Rajasthan.
Right.
So all this building infrastructure will take time, and maybe even if we go at a fast pace, maybe 6 years at least, minimum.
Mr. Chilane, today is going to be the second important meeting of the IWT, what needs to be done to ensure that the suspension of IWT remains in force. In fact, Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil is likely to meet Home Minister Amit Shah around 8 o'clock is what we understand. The government has already indicated immediate plans for the long term. They've talked about desilting rivers, diversion of water, building of local capacities, storage capacities. What do you think the government should be thinking about right now to ensure that it achieves what it set out to do?
Let's be clear that India's adversary is the Pakistani deep state, not the Pakistani people. India's intention is not to create a water crisis in Pakistan. It's not to divert water flows. It is to reform the behavior of the Pakistani military establishment that runs the show in Pakistan. So India has made clear that it will act responsibly. It will not seek to create a humanitarian crisis in Pakistan. In any case, India doesn't have the hydrological infrastructure, as Mr. Bajaj was pointing out. It lacks the hydrological infrastructure to divert river flows. Now, if you take the three big rivers that are reserved for Pakistan's exclusive use, the Chenab, Jhelum, and Indus, Pakistan gets 168 million, million acre feet of water every year. And India has been allowed under the Indus Waters Treaty to build storage of 3.6 million acre feet. But do you know that so far India's storage capacity on these three large rivers is only 0.3?
Right.
A fraction of what Pakistan gets from these three rivers. Now, to build any kind of diversion infrastructure will require investments of tens of billions of dollars. Will take 20 years, 30 years, and given the fact that in India, infrastructure projects never are completed on schedule.
Yeah.
So we're looking at a long time frame, and I think this is a misleading debate in India that India will use this Indus Waters Treaty, keeping it in abeyance as a tool to disrupt water flows to Pakistan. That's not India's intent.
Okay. So the intent is larger here, and clearly that is what the government will also be probably thinking about. The second important meeting on the Indus Water Treaty is all set to take place today. In fact, Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil is all set to meet Home Minister Amit Shah in a few minutes from now. We'll get you all those details and more. But moving on to the other important story now, the replica of Puri Jagannath Temple built at a cost of Rs 250 crore in Bengal's Digha town was consecrated today, and that's become a flashpoint between the BJP and TMC. This is a temple that marks Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and also the TMC chief. It marks her outreach to the Hindu community. Remember, this comes very close to what we saw in Murshidabad, lives being lost and horrible Hindu-Muslim violence that took place there. The TMC has been blamed of Muslim appeasement by the BJP, something that the TMC has been completely denying. The inauguration of this Jagannath Dham temple took place yesterday and today. The auspicious occasion of Akshaya Tritiya is just there, and today was chosen for the auspicious Pran Pratishta of the temple. In fact, this is being seen as the TMC's Ayodhya moment. In fact, Mamata Banerjee's government, in a reprisal of BJP's Ayodhya temple inauguration, had set up huge screens today across the state to live telecast the ceremony. It started at 2 p.m. Today afternoon, and BJP in fact has been targeting Mamata Banerjee by calling her a fake Hindu, saying that government funds cannot be used to construct temples. BJP is also questioning the TMC government's failure to handle Murshidabad riots. In fact, let's listen into first some reactions to the story before we get in our guests.
आप देख लीजिए पेपर्स, ये हिटको है जिनका चेयरमैन फिराद हकीम है। ये हिटको का प्रोजेक्ट है, इसमें लिखा हुआ है श्री जगन्नाथ धाम कल्चरल सेंटर, नॉट टेम्पल। मीडिया आप सरकार की लाइसेंस लेकर काम कर रहा है, गलत भ्रम पैदा मत कीजिए। इट्स ए कल्चरल सेंटर, नॉट टेम्पल। और हिंदू का मंदिर कभी सरकारी रुपया में नहीं होता है, वो राम मंदिर जैसे अयोध्या में बनाना हिंदू लोग का निधि से होता है।
Well, we have Mamita Chakrabarti, who supports the BJP. She's a political analyst. We have Shikha Mukherjee, also a political analyst, joining us now. Thank you, both of you, for joining me on this broadcast. Shikha Mukherjee, ma'am, to you first. How do you see this move by Mamata Banerjee? It's not new, that she's talked of herself as a Hindu, as somebody who's inclusive, because we've seen her reciting the Chandi Path. But the BJP accusing her of Muslim appeasement and saying that this is not going to cancel out Murshidabad. How do you see this, and also this outreach, this symbolism coming just before 2026 assembly polls?
I think there are three things here which you've asked. One is Mamata's Muslim appeasement. I don't see how this is linked to Muslim appeasement at all. This is Hindu vote consolidation. I think the term that we are using to describe it is wrong. I mean, BJP's concern is not Mamata's Muslim appeasement. BJP's concern in this case is very much about Hindu vote consolidation. How will the Pran Pratishtha, because the construction of this temple was known for many years, how will this Pran Pratishtha and Mamata's association with that Pran Pratishtha process affect the Hindu vote? And that is exactly what the BJP's concern is all about. And the second thing is that I don't really see the connect between Digha's temple and Murshidabad. Murshidabad was a communal riot. There is no doubt about it that people lost lives. 3 people lost lives. 2 were Hindus, 1 was a Muslim. The situation is now under control. It is very difficult when a communal riot breaks out of this nature for things to normalize in a flash. They will take time. And there is a constant rhetoric which is involved, which is not allowing this normalcy to be restored. That also has to be kept in mind. And the third, and I think the final point that one needs to make is that here is a temple which is obviously being inaugurated as a precedent has already been set. And there is temple and politics, temple and elections. There is a precedent. And therefore, it is very sad. Constitutionally, this move is dubious because the government has no business to construct a temple.
Okay, let me get in. Mamata,
no, but let me finish. Please let me finish the sentence. Constitutionally dubious, but politically there is a precedent.
Okay.
Therefore, what are we supposed to make of it as journalists in India? There has been the Ayodhya Pran Pratishtha. There is now the Jagannath Puri Pran Pratishtha in Digha.
Okay, so there's a precedent, which is an important point. Mamata, you heard Shikha also, she's making this important point. There's a precedent already in place. Why does the BJP have a problem with Mamata Banerjee? Because, she has often called herself a Hindu. She has donated huge funds during Durga Puja committees. So clearly she has been associated with that, temple renovation project. So why call her a fake Hindu?
Well, so first, I would like to say that good to hear that what my co-panelist ma'am mentioned that since BJP is actually going for the Hindu thing and TMC is also doing the same, she has clearly mentioned, right, that the BJP is doing the same thing. So good to see that TMC at least following the BJP path or way. And now coming to the thing that the so-called secularism about Mamata Banerjee, I'm telling you one thing. Just couple of days back, we got to see that violence took place in Murshidabad, which is now named as the communal violence, and all the blames are on BJP. But Mamata Banerjee was doing the sabha and the meeting with the imams, but we could not see her attending, and we could not see her visiting the victim's family at all. But at this point of time, this is the right time to inaugurate or open that Jagannath temple. For me, and I think for all the people who are very much connected with the Hinduism and the Dharma, then quite a shameless act it is, at this point of time. And if we just call her as the fake secular or so, on that note, I would like to mention a few points. See, she has always opposed she is doing this, the vote bank appeasement politics, we know that. But one thing, can you just tell me, I would like to ask this question to ma'am. We always see that Firhad Hakim with Mamata Banerjee, right? But now where is he? Why we cannot see Firhad Hakim or Bobby Hakim at that place with Mamata Banerjee? And she always tried to be very diplomatic, and this Jagannath temple is the clear game of the political damage control act. She's trying to balance between the blunder she has made before. Okay. She also always, what she did is, she says that no immersion of Durga Puja. She, Maharam ko pehle, she gives the opportunity. But when she does the carnival with the tax-paying money of the West Bengal residents, you tell me one thing, where is the development? Development ka kuch hum dekhte nahi hai, but she has been using all the money to do all these things, and this Jagannath temple as well. Why this before the election? Because she knows it very well. If she just give me 10 seconds, please, I will finish it.
Right.
So she knows it very well. At Purba Mednipur, she has actually lost the election. 2021 mein, Shubhendu Adhikari won that part. So,
Right.
And also in the last year, the Lok Sabha, maybe there was 2 seats, the Kathi and Tamluk was for BJP. So she is trying to gravitate the attention of that part of the people.
Okay.
So she is playing with the Hindu heart and emotion, because I'm
Okay,
telling
that's an
you one
important
thing,
point,
the
Shikha
Jagannath temple,
Mukherjee,
just 10
because she
seconds,
lost
10
in
seconds, please,
Nandigram,
10
which is
seconds.
also closer to Digha, and we've always seen that whenever Mamata
Yes.
Banerjee loses elections, she does take a lot of
She
interest. We
always has
saw that in
some
North
act
Bengal
to show.
also. How do you see this criticism that this is just a balancing act to cancel out the kind of sharp attacks on her, calling her a fake Hindu? How do you see this criticism that this is just a balancing act and nothing more?
Valid balancing act. I think it's a perfectly valid balancing act. I mean, if a political party indulges in the kind of criticism of calling someone a fake Hindu, and who are they to define who is a fake Hindu or not? Am I a fake Hindu? Are you a fake Hindu? Who knows who is a fake Hindu? Who is the BJP to decide that someone is a fake or not a fake?
Okay.
And therefore, this is politics. Let the politics play out. The people will decide. That's what election
if
is
this is
for.
a balancing act, just 5 seconds, I would just like to ask you another
finish your
question
point, yeah.
on that. If that's a balancing act, then why we cannot, why she cannot do the balance between that minority community and the Hindu thing? Because the particular community, the Hindu community is not considered as the specific vote bank for any particular political party. That's why she is not serious about Hindus. She has always taken the Hindu community as granted.
Okay,
That
the
is
fierce
evident.
arguments on
Because,
both
just 5
sides there.
seconds more.
Thank you both of you
5
for joining
seconds
me
more,
on this
please.
broadcast completely out of time. The TMC saying that this is all faith-based and cultural, and the BJP is saying that this is nothing but just a balancing act, and this is just pomp and show. That's about the temple that has become the latest political flashpoint between the BJP and TMC in West Bengal. With that, it's a wrap on the show. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's on.
गोल्ड ग्लास क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is
लेकिन केवल पंडित नेहरू जी का रवैया ऐसा नहीं था। स्वर्गीय इंदिरा जी ने क्या किया? मंडल कमीशन की रिपोर्ट आई तब कांग्रेस का रुख क्या था? कांग्रेस ने हमेशा जातिगत गणना का, जनगणना का विरोध किया। मित्रों, आपको याद होगा 1980 के दशक में जब मंडल कमीशन आया तब इंदिरा जी ने विरोध किया था। बीपी मंडल की जातिगत जनगणना की मांग को तत्कालीन गृहमंत्री ज्ञानी जैल सिंह जी ने खारिज किया था। राहुल जी, मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, स्वर्गीय राजीव जी का रुख क्या था? तब जातिगत जनगणना क्यों नहीं की गई? सोनिया जी आई फिर पावर में, वे सुपर पीएम थी। दिवंगत पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान मनमोहन सिंह जी, उनकी सरकार आई और तब उन्होंने पार्लियामेंट में आश्वस्त किया था कि वो जातिगत जनगणना पर कैबिनेट में विचार करेंगे। मंत्रिमंडल का एक समूह बना, ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स, तब भी जातिगत जनगणना नहीं हुई। एक सर्वे पर हुआ, सर्वे जिसे एसईसीसी के नाम से जाना जाता है। क्यों श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी ने, क्यों स्वर्गीय मनमोहन जी ने जातिगत जनगणना नहीं करवाई? और एसईसीसी के जो आंकड़े थे उस समय सर्वे के, उसमें भी हजारों त्रुटियां थी, वो लगभग अग्राह्य कर दिया गया। तब कांग्रेस कहां थी? झूठ बोलना और भ्रम फैलाना ये कांग्रेस के डीएनए में है। 1971 में नारा दिया गया, गरीबी हटाओ। गरीबी नहीं हटी, गरीबी हट गए। कर्जा माफ, बिजली बिल माफ, बेरोजगारी भत्ता देंगे। कितने झूठ बोले। जब सत्ता में हैं तब नहीं कराएंगे, जब विपक्ष में आएंगे तो मांग करेंगे। राहुल जी, हाथी के दांत खाने के और दिखाने के और। आज श्रेय के लिए आप उछल कूद कर रहे हो। पहले जवाब देना होगा, कांग्रेस ने क्यों नहीं की जातिगत जनगणना।
It's an evening of press conferences. First it was Rahul Gandhi who addressed the press conference, and now it is top union minister and senior BJP leader Shivraj Singh Chauhan addressing the press conference. Let's tell you what happened today. It appears that BJP has taken a sting out of the biggest opposition plank, that's caste census, a decision which will have huge socio-political implications.
The Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs has approved caste enumeration in the forthcoming population census. Taking a dig at the Congress, Ashwini Vaishnaw, who addressed the press after the cabinet, said that Congress and its India alliance partners have used caste census time and again as a political tool, and added that the previous UPA governments failed to conduct a caste census but held surveys. Remember that every census in independent India from 1951 to 2011 has published data on scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, but not on other castes. Before that, every census until 1931 had data on caste. Soon, BJP leaders, government ministers, allies of the central government congratulated Prime Minister Modi for his political will. Rahul Gandhi, who also addressed the press, said that it was their decision that has been adopted by the government and he is glad about it. Listen in.
Caste census, we have been fighting now for some time. Government has opposed. For some reason, we don't understand what that reason is. They have suddenly decided to do it. We welcome that. We are happy that they have done the caste census. We have put enough pressure on the government to get the caste census done. We want a date by when it's done. We are going to put pressure on the government to make sure that 50% cap is destroyed.
Rahul also demanded that a timeline must be adopted, and also suggested that the government can learn some points from the Telangana caste survey. Let's also listen in to what Ashwini Vaishnaw had said while making that announcement for the caste census.
Well understood that Congress and its India alliance partners have used caste census only as a political tool to ensure that a social fabric is not disturbed by politics. Caste enumeration should be transparently included. I'm emphasizing the word transparently included in the census instead of surveys. This will strengthen the social and economic structure of our society while the nation continues to progress. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs has decided today, that is 30th April 2025, that caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
But now in the battle over caste, is the caste census just about empowering the invisible, or is it a political battle setting the tone for poll battles which will be taking place now onwards in the east and south of India? Or is it BJP's latest Brahmastra? Joining me on the show is Aishwarya, who was tracking the cabinet meeting. We have Uma to give us the details of the Telangana caste census, and Prabhakar Kumar is joining from Patna. That's where the first test of this announcement will be. Coming to you, Prabhakar, first, we heard from Tejasvi. We have also seen the reaction which came in from Nitish Kumar. Tejasvi says that the caste survey, which happened in Bihar a few years ago, in 2017 to be specific, was because he was in power along with Nitish. Do you think people on the ground will believe and give him that benefit of doubt that, you know, as far as social engineering is concerned, they have an upper hand over Nitish Kumar?
See, this fight over the narrative as to who gets the credit for it will continue, especially in Bihar. It will continue because Bihar is the first state which will go to polls after this announcement. A very important announcement has been made. And remember, Tejasvi Yadav, the RJD, they have been trying to corner the NDA government over this caste census. They have been pressing upon the government to include it in the 9th Amendment. And actually, when the reservation ceiling was struck down by the High Court, then also there was a lot of hue and cry over this, especially by the Congress and RJD. Now, after this announcement, what BJP has done, they have diffused the biggest weapon which the opposition had here in Bihar, and which they were intending to use in the coming elections. It would have actually been one of the major issues on which the RJD and Congress would have tried to corner the NDA, the JDU and the BJP as well. Now, after this announcement, whether that how would they actually set the other narrative, whether they try try to take the credit for what the BJP has done for this announcement, and they would certainly try to make a point to the voters that it's because of their pressure, as we just heard Rahul Gandhi making the similar point, that's because of their pressure that the BJP was forced to make this announcement, and they would try to get some credit out of it. But certainly Bihar would be the first testing ground where this announcement's impact would be tested in just few months from now.
Okay. Bihar will be the first testing ground. In fact, Shambhavi Chaudhary, Member of Parliament of the LJP, will be joining me any moment as well. But before that, a quick word from Uma Sudhir on the big takeaways of the census which happened in Telangana, which Rahul Gandhi says that the centre can learn from.
Maria, Telangana conducted the first socio-economic, political, economic and also employment and caste census. It's not called a census because census is something that is in the purview of the union government, and therefore this is called a survey. And Revanth Reddy's post on X is an indicator of what the Congress is trying to do here, because Revanth Reddy says that Rahul Gandhi's vision has turned into government policy. And he is saying that despite being in the opposition, Rahul Gandhi has managed to convert his vision into government policy. Second part, he is thanking Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he is also taking credit, saying that the OBC reservation that has been increased to 42%, that's the Assembly of Telangana passing that resolution after declaring, according to the new figures, that the OBC population in Telangana is about 56%. Revanth Reddy had enhanced it to 42%, the reservation for the OBCs, and therefore he is saying the rest of the country is now inspired by what Telangana has done. And the takeaway line is what Telangana does today, India is doing tomorrow, and that's where the Congress obviously is going to try and corner the credit for it, saying that we were the role models, we are the people who are leading the way. Of course, Congress in every election meeting and otherwise, Rahul Gandhi has been speaking about caste census. So while the credit war will continue, the BJP, the NDA certainly has stolen the thunder from the Congress, because they have now implemented what they would put out to the public domain. They're already speaking about the fact that the Congress in the past has not favored a caste survey, and they say they are the ones who are actually implementing it. Back to you.
Absolutely, Uma. The fact is that it's about walking the talk, and the political will has been displayed by this government. I'm going to come to Ash in just a bit, because Shambhavi Chaudhary, Member of Parliament of the LJP, is joining me from her constituency. Shambhavi, what is the mood on ground? This is a battle of narrative. This will be a battle of, credit taking. What is the mood on ground among your constituents? Do you think the NDA and the BJP will have an advantage in Bihar?
Of course, I think the NDA and the BJP will have an advantage, and I think the public in general is very enthusiastic. They're very excited, because I think this is one demand that has been going on in the country for a very long time. And needless to say, Bihar has paved the way for the entire country. Caste census was rightly done under the leadership of our Chief Minister, Mr. Nitish Kumar. And our party's national president, Shri Chirag Paswan ji, has also continuously advocated for a caste census despite any obstacle that came the way. So there's a lot of enthusiasm and there's a lot of excitement, and we're just hoping that this is a historic decision and it will contribute significantly in our the dream of Viksit Bharat, the sankalp of Viksit Bharat that we have. This decision will contribute to it significantly.
Yes, Shambhavi, the fact is that Bihar had a caste survey in 2017. At that time, it was a Mahagathbandhan government with Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister. Today, Tejasvi Yadav says that they have shown the way to the centre, that it was under their pressure that, along with standing demand of the RJD and the India bloc, including Rahul Gandhi and others, have been implemented. So you should be ready to share the credit for this decision.
I think it's very petty of anybody to try to take credit of something that is so large and something that's going to impact so many people. It's a decision for the country, and all the credit goes to our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, because I think it takes courage to take such decisions, and he has that courage. Tejasvi Yadav, I'm sure, does a lot of he's trying to, project it as if it was his decision. But key NDA allies like Janata Dal United and Lok Jan Shakti Party, have also continuously advocated for it. So it will be, I think it will be very unfair and limited to say that this was an opposition demand. This was the country's demand, and all representatives of the people have continuously requested our Prime Minister to include the caste census in the population census.
Okay, the larger question, since you are one of the youngest MPs in this Lok Sabha, Shambhavi, one view is, and Rahul Gandhi also spoke about it, was that this will perhaps set the stage for what will happen next in the private sector.
I think it's a long way ahead, and we should go step by step, and we'll see how this pans out. Once the caste census is done, definitely we'll have a better understanding of the demography. As representatives of the people, we'll have better understanding of the people, and it will enable us to design better policies that cater to the needs of the people, that caters to the population. So definitely a lot is going to change, but we are very optimistic that it's going to change for the better.
So are you of the opinion, and as an ally of the BJP at the center, that this is a historic moment, a landmark moment for India, because a step has been taken towards social justice and inclusive growth?
Definitely, it's a big step towards social justice, towards inclusive growth, and to ensure there is equality, and the ideals that we stand for, that is achieved.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's see how it plays out in our home state. Shambhavi, 6 months to go for Bihar elections. Joining me on the show tonight, Tuhin Sinha, national spokesperson of the BJP, Bhavya representing the Congress, Amitabh Tiwari is political strategist. We have Professor Badri Narayan, political analyst, and Dr. Suraj is an author of Caste Matters. I'm going to begin with the analysts first, and perhaps Dr. Suraj Yengre will be able to put this in context better. What does today mean for the larger socio-political context of India?
Maria, this is not really a serious move as far as I can see if you look at the history. The timing of this is very peculiar, right? I mean, there's election, but also there's an attack, the government's inefficiency in what happened in Belgaum. You have to pay attention to what was there, that accountability that was going to corner the government about its own efficiency. And if you look at the history from 1931 onwards, this was essentially the communal award that was then signed between Gandhi and Dr. Ambedkar in 1932 that led to Government of India Act and so forth. We know the history. Now, from 1951 onwards, the government has been collecting some sort of data, especially it authorized the states to collect the data. What we essentially miss in this is the data of scheduled caste and scheduled tribes has been there. It's not absent. This is about the backward classes and other caste groups who have not enumerated. So that was the main kind of contention for the Mandal Commission. We don't have the data, and that was kind of an effort that was taken in this direction. Now, I don't have much hopes from this government that is seriously, liar and a peddler of fake news. And again, this may be one of their another jumlas because they have not given the date when they will do it. They don't have any program. What happened with SECC, Socioeconomic Caste Census, that was done in 2011, was it was mired by a lot of inefficiency, and the government just responded. The Ministry of Rural Affairs conducted that, and the Registrar General and other statistical bodies didn't even endorse it. So if this happens, what are the assurances that despite having this kind of political gimmick and then the googly that has been played into this football field, where do we really go? And the other point we need to pay attention to is, and I think this is important, is the fate of censuses that's been happening since 1872, but 1881 onwards, was to really try to improvise, because it's not a fixated caste location. The caste that Prime Minister Modi belonged to, Mod Ghanchi, was not OBC until he became a CM and made it an OBC. So you see, it's an evolving list. And so looking at this from the perspective of Bihar and the state elections, we have to understand that the 1931 census paved a path for a strong anti-caste lobby seen through Independent Labour Party of Dr. Ambedkar 1937 elections that really gave good results, where he could really figure out what caste groups are in which constituency, and that could really bring about good results. 1951 onwards doesn't happen. 2011 they do it a separate chart, which is separate from the caste census. That was a demand, and this is probably Congress and BJP playing along the same line because they don't want the Savarnas, the historically oppressor communities, to see that they are the major player and stakeholders. And that's why I think Rahul Gandhi's demand here also is, I mean, it's laughable that his own party had disowned, and now they are trying to come around this to bring reservation not just in government but also private sector, which is a welcoming move. But I suspect, Maria, for now, to comment and celebrate anything because the progress report of this government has done nothing to empower the other backward classes and the people victimized by caste.
Okay, Professor Badri Narayan, in the absence of a timeline, is celebration too soon?
Yeah, I think, Maria, this timeline of this announcement, or rather you can call timing of this announcement, has a major political meaning. It's a Bihar and also Tamil Nadu elections is going to be there. And you know, these are the very OBC dominated states. This kind of the stand which government took is going to affect the electoral politics in two ways. One is, as I used to say, that Yuga Nupur, BJP is a Yuga Nupur party, or the way they adopt and they adapt the situation and form and frame the policies. So to counter you know, it was the entire politics of creating a kind of polarization based on caste. What BJP is going to do with this kind of announcement, that yes, caste identity is there, that will prevail, but with that there are developmental issues, there are other kinds of issues will come together. So they have created a broader platform, and in that, this unaddressed issues of the caste census they have addressed. And you know, Congress, which was usually a party of meritocracy, now turned towards the Samajwadi. You know, in Bihar election, the three or four social justice model are going to contest with each other. One is Congressy Nehruite model, which was based on meritocracy, turned towards the socialist model based on the caste identity, and Bahujanwadi model, and the Samagra Samajik Nyaya model, which BJP is trying to evolve. In that, they are saying, look, vertical, the Samajik Nyaya format will be there, but also horizontal. So they are using and bringing together various kinds of social justice postulates together and frame a policy. So it's a bigger politics and policy of framing Samagra Samajik Nyaya, holistic social justice model with caste identity, adding with other things also. So that way, the Bihar election is going to be a contest of this whole social justice model.
Okay, let me get a word from Aishwarya, who was tracking this press conference which was held. Aishwarya, there was a lot of anticipation as to what will be the big announcement, and this government certainly has made a big announcement, but it has taken all of us by surprise.
Well, certainly, and it was a jam-packed auditorium at the National Media Center where Ashwini Vaishnaw had made that statement of what the decision had come out of CCPA. It was, you know, all speculations that and all eyes were glued to that press conference as a lot of journalists were waiting because it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who chaired 4 crucial meetings in the morning, and soon after that there was a briefing. But of course, it has taken a bit of surprise, sent shockwaves to the opposition parties as well, and it is, of course, both the NDA or the opposition taking credit. Already the political war of words had begun, and remember, Ashwini Vaishnaw, while reading out that statement of what decision has been taken of the CCPA, the first statement was that it is the Congress who had opposed the caste-based census, and it is now the opposition parties who have been saying that it is Rahul Gandhi who went to different places in the country while campaigning and had time and again asked the government to conduct a caste-based survey, and that's what they demanded. And although Rahul Gandhi welcomed it as well, the battle war will continue of the credit that be it the NDA or the opposition, but how it will pan down to the ground in the election-bound states, it's something that will be very interesting to see.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. Thank you so much. Sachin Pilot, senior Congress leader, is joining me now. Mr. Pilot, the government says that the Congress governments have always opposed caste census and that caste was not included in all the census operations conducted since independence. And they are also saying that in 2010, the then Prime Minister, late Dr. Manmohan Singh, had assured the Lok Sabha that the matter of caste census would be considered in the cabinet, which was not done. So when it is about political will, it is Prime Minister Modi who has displayed it rather than you, who had the option of executing it, but you did not.
I am absolutely amazed how one can try and spin the story at this hour. For months and months and months, Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the entire Congress party, at all our working committee resolutions, all our conventions, we have been shouting from the rooftops that we want a caste census. Now, a lot of people in the media thought this is breaking up the country, this is not required to be done, and the BJP, no less, the government of India, had on multiple occasions said not to be done, this is not required. In fact, every minister in the government of India went and shouted that we don't want the caste census. Now, after the pressure mounted, and Mr. Gandhi in parliament and outside made an issue of it, the government today relented and announced it will do a caste census. I think it's not about the credit. This is the beginning of what we feel is the right way forward. This is going to open the door for us to understand exactly where people are living in, under what conditions. Unless you have the data, scientifically attained data, you can't act on it. The question about credit and political advantage is not important for us. What's more important is that we've been able to force the hand of the government, which was so reluctant and vehemently opposed to this, finally gave in. And they only give in when the water is above the nose. And that's what happened today. And let's see how this pans out, because the quality of the data and actions henceforth will be far more important than the mere announcement this afternoon.
Again, what the government is saying, yes, it may not be about credit war, but because this is the government which has taken the call, it is saying that it has stolen a march. The point being made here, Mr. Pilot, is that the Congress government decided to conduct only a survey instead of caste census, and the survey is known as SECC. Do you think the data that on the basis of which you were distributing the benefits of the benefits of the government was skewed?
So Maria, why are you going back to the Congress government? For the last 11 years, there's been a BJP government, and as recent as yesterday, the BJP government of India were opposed to it, and publicly so. They were not hiding the fact that they were against the caste census, but obviously the political pressure, the kind of grassroots support that we got for this issue, they understood and they read the writing on the wall and have announced it today. All I'm saying is that I'm glad they did, though belatedly. Moving forward, what is far more important is that they don't do a shoddy job or just on the tip of the surface. Because in Telangana, for example, what we've done is a very detailed analysis of how people are living, what conditions they're living, their per capita income, their education, their standards of life, etc. Those are very, very important questions. I don't want to go into which government did what. For the last years, we have been asking singularly, the topmost agenda for Mr. Gandhi and the party was, let's get an actual holistic exercise done using scientific means to get tangible data for us to make policy interventions when we require them to do so. So today, after a lot, and this is the surprising part of the government, I'm sure even the topmost ministers in the government had no idea what they were doing it. But I feel that they've read the political landscape, how it's shifting very quickly, and people are understanding why we are saying that we need the caste census. And for whatever reason, they have succumbed to what we've been asking for. They've done it. I appreciate it. I think it's a welcome step, but we'll wait and watch to see how things pan out in the next months to come.
Okay. Could you have done it when you were in power? You were also part of the cabinet, part of the Council of Ministers.
Yeah, could we have not done many things 50 years ago? We could have announced bullet train 30 years ago. We could have announced Notebandi, last year. It's all in history, right? But for 11 years, 3 terms, the same government. And the fact you're not appreciating, Myra, is the fact that when we're asking for something, they're brushing it aside. For years, the BJP was making a non-issue of it, and they were actually calling the Congress party names and using adjectives that I can't repeat on the camera, that this is unbecoming, and why should the Congress party, Mr. Gandhi, Mr. Kharge ask for these things? Now suddenly things have changed. No one is asking the government that you've taken a U-turn for the nth time on multiple issues, including lateral entry, including Farmers Bill, including Land Acquisition Act, so many U-turns, including this one. So I think you should be asking the government that solid question as to why you're opposing it publicly, and suddenly you decided to do it. For our sake, I'm happy for the country. I'm happy for our party that our stand is now vindicated. And we hope that this will have very, very positive results coming up.
Last question to you. As someone who interacts with multiple sections of people, are you not sensing that this could also clear the decks for what will be seen as demand for reservation in the private sector coming up next, and that could also lead to pushback from the private sector?
That's speculation. I won't go into it. All I'm saying is basically we are a country that is 1.4 billion people. Unless we have actual data. So today there's a lot of claims, counterclaims, there's allocation of budgets and policies ad hoc. We don't know how much budget we're allocating to what scheme, to what programs, and who are the beneficiaries. We have today the Aadhaar card, we have bank accounts, we have digital fingerprints, we have everything. Why should we not know? If we can do a head count for all the tigers and the animals and so on in the country, why can't we know who is living in what condition and what we need to do? Perhaps sometimes you need to reduce some assistance to people who already had enough and they're more needy people in some sections. So it's basically a scientific way of analyzing the data and our demography so that we can do justice to everybody. It's a very simple task if one has the conviction and the political will to do so.
All right, Sachin Pilot, really appreciate your time here on NDTV. Let's listen in to what Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress chief, had to say on this announcement. He spoke to my colleague, Deepak Bopanna.
Joining me is the AICC President, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. In 2023, 2 years ago, he had written a letter to the centre that there is a need for a caste census. And today, when the announcement has happened from the centre, he's here joining us. So, what do you make of this announcement? Do you welcome it? Tell us at this point in time, what do you feel?
No, it is a good decision. And for this decision, we were waiting since long. And I have written earlier also one letter. And recently, 2 years back, also one letter. And that I have shown you with date and with this letter. Yeah. So, to remind them. So, this is a good decision. Let us see, wait, we welcome it. But simply telling and keeping quiet doesn't work. You have to put the budget, sufficient budget you have not put. Now you have to additional budget you have to take up. Yeah. For this, and whatever expenditure comes, that expenditure central government should make allocation and do it. Then only it will prove it.
Well, that was the AICC President, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, of course, who's saying that right now the implementation should be done as soon as possible by the centre.
All right, let me bring in Tuhin Sinha now. Tuhin, a quick reaction on all that you've heard from the Congress leaders. Okay, we'll try and connect with Tuhin in just a bit. But yes, come in, Amitabh Tiwari. The question is, Bihar will be the first testing ground. And what immediate impact are you sensing in Bihar?
So clearly, this is a change of stance by the BJP because the party was non-committal on a caste census. Because it felt that it had already the OBC vote in its fold. OBC vote being doubled from 22% to 44% during the 10 years 2009 to 19. The setback in the Lok Sabha elections, and largely if you see, the BJP and NDA have lost vote share amongst the upper and lower OBCs, including in Bihar, where it still won 30 out of 40 seats, and massive support in the UP, where it lost anywhere between 10% to 20% support from the OBCs. So, and with Rahul Gandhi raising this issue, the party has tried to, let's say, snatch the main poll plank of the Congress party, because this is not just Bihar or UP. Now, what will you do with the caste census numbers? Congress has clearly said that they would raise the ceiling from 50% to, let's say, 60-65%, anywhere in between that. But the BJP has not yet announced it. It will have to eventually, because what will you do with these numbers? So the main plank of the BJP, or I would say it has found the main plank of a 2029 Lok Sabha elections, where social justice could be its key point going into the Lok Sabha elections, with a caste census done, and also perhaps with a raise in the ceiling of reservations. You were talking about the private reservations. First, it has to increase the reservation cap in the government sector.
That's right.
Then only the private sector will come, correct? So all these things, I think, largely political. Of course, social justice is part of it, and the BJP has received quite a lot of OBC support, and it wants to consolidate that support for it.
Tuhin Sinha, in the absence of a timeline, is this mere symbolism?
Good evening, Maria. Point number one, we had never, spoken against caste reservation. As recently as September 2024, when Amit Shahji was categorically asked whether, the caste census would be included in the new census, he said a decision will be taken soon. So number one, this entire theory, we don't act in haste. We don't like to hoodwink the country like Rahul Gandhi has been doing on the issue of caste census. They could not make the caste census public in 2011 because 8.19 crore errors were detected, out of which 1.5 crores had no solution. So we needed time to be sure that we are in a position to carry out a flawless and impeccable caste census, which will not be used for vested political gains. And we are, we are now prepared for that. So the moment census is announced, it's very much a census is due. So, it would take place very soon. Number two, according to Article 246 of the Constitution, census is solely under the central list. By carrying out these phony caste surveys, which various Congress governments have undertaken, they are creating confusion, they are manipulating records, and they are trying to put reservation in the wrong hands, particularly in the hands of one community, which is in contravention of the norms to be followed. Number three, we will strictly conform to the triple test doctrine laid out by the Supreme Court on the issue of reservation. Unlike Rahul Gandhi, who has been, clamoring for extension of 50%, we will strictly stick to the constitutional norms on reservation, once the caste census is done. So these are very critical differences between us and the Congress party. And I don't think, Rahul Gandhi's idea has anything to do with what we have been planning for a very long time.
Okay, but the larger question is that in case if it was an idea, because there are 3 states where caste survey was done. Bihar, which was done only in 2017 when MGB was in power, Mahagathbandhan was in power, and Nitish Kumar was the face of that government. It has been implemented in Telangana, and it has been implemented in Karnataka.
So that's what I said, Maria. It was very important to put an end to these hasty political gimmicks, disguised as disguised as caste surveys, because essentially a census needs to be undertaken by the central government. It's a central subject, and it would put an end to the politicking on. Our problem is, with the kind of intentions which the Congress party had with caste census. You would recall, the statements of Rahul Gandhi that the only reason Agniveer has been introduced is to divide the army so that Agniveers are people belonging to backward caste. We had a problem with this divisive mentality. We never had a problem with caste census for developmental purposes, and this was specified even by RSS last year in very categoric words.
Okay, come in now, Bhavya.
The very fact that the way they are spinning the whole narrative around, I would like to remind Tuhin Sinha, the BJP has always been anti-reservation and anti-caste census. In fact, BJP, RSS and ABVP had opposed reservation in 1970s in Bihar and Gujarat government. In fact, your RSS Sarsang Chalak Golwalkar called it breeds jealousy and conflict. These were his words against this reservation. He even said SC/STs, the reservation will make them slaves with the lure of money. These are his words. And now you're saying you were always for caste census and you were never against it? Come on, just recently in Karnataka, when the cabinet was discussing the caste census, the BJP opposed, which is the primary opposition here, was protesting against it. We are really happy you're falling in line with the Congress's, demands now. And this is the result of a consistent effort of our leaders, both Kharge ji and Rahul Gandhi ji. They have been writing letters in Raipur Convention.
our plenary session, 85th plenary session of Congress, we took this as a resolution in our Congress Working Committee repeatedly. We have been taking this as a resolution that even in 2024 manifesto of Congress, parliamentary elections, we had this. You show me your BJP manifesto where you have written about caste census. This is a
Maria, can I respond?
Yes, please go ahead. Tuhin Sinha, respond.
Maria, when did the Kaka Kelkar Commission put forth its recommendations? 1957. When were they adopted and National Commission for Backward Caste granted constitutional status? 2018. 61 years later. Who opposed Mantle Commission for 8 years from 1982 till the time it was implemented in 1990? It was solely the Congress party. Who introduced, OBC reservation in NEET exams? It was the Modi government in 2020. So, the Congress should stop waxing eloquent on the issue. The Congress has never gone beyond tokenism. Our problem with the Karnataka so-called, caste census, caste survey, which they had done in Karnataka and Chhattisgarh, was that they did not even have the courage to make it public because they themselves knew that it was manipulated, it was a very hasty act, and the only ostensible reason was to pass on the benefits of reservation to a particular community, which we opposed because that was against the constitution.
Okay. Professor Badri Narayan, let's look at the point which is being made here by the BJP spokesperson about the surveys which have been done by the 3 states. Were they really hasty, and the nature of data which was produced after that survey, what did it really achieve?
Actually, Maria, when this national census will come, all these data collected by the state will be irrelevant because the national data will prevail. And national data, national census data, as you know, are collected through elaborate process, methodological rigor, and in a big exercise. And one of my friends was telling that there are a lot of MSME of caste has been started in the form of caste surveys. So caste surveys need to be transformed in a bigger caste census and well thought, rigorous planned exercise. I think national census will do it, and hopefully we will get more authentic data, not political postured data, because data has no face. You can give it face. So if you use it politically and if you frame it politically, it can tell you a story.
Okay.
So I think national census data, which we expire or we expect that it will emerge as a more authentic data for the development purposes, for the social development, which we can be used.
Amitabh Tiwari, what after caste census? Because will reservation then be extended beyond, the cap will move ahead of 50% and it will be pan-India?
I'm not sure, but there has to be some logical conclusion to the data which will come out. So the SC/ST community already has reservation largely in proportion to the population. So this is largely about the OBC community. Now everybody knows that the OBC community population is not fixed as in not very clear. It's anywhere between 41 to 51%. Some numbers are even above that. But the reservation is around 27% only. So let's say like in Bihar or in Karnataka and Telangana, this numbers comes to around 50-51%. So what do you do with that number? Because then the Congress party could again pitch this slogan, जिसकी जितनी आबादी उसकी उतनी हिस्सेदारी होनी चाहिए. So ultimately, you will have to do something with that number, correct? So the pressure on the government to increase the reservation cap would improve, and now you have an opposition which is willing to lend support to you to increase. This is something which might be in the offing. We might see it in the next 3 to 4 years. See, politics, caste is cast in stone in Indian politics. Around 55% of people, as per an Aziz Premji study, prefer leaders of their own caste. So this is the reality of India. One cannot run away from it. And hopefully, whatever the objectives the government is trying to fulfill by doing a caste census is going to be met by this study.
Okay. Dr. Suraj, please come in and then I'll give the last word to the 2 politicians on the show.
I think we should look at this update on caste census as a success of a united Bahujan movement that has been lobbying for it. Neither the BJP, neither the Congress were interested in this. And now them carrying the flagpole of success is laughable for someone like me to look at them, because both of them were in power and never took in following administrative steps towards it. So every time when it comes to the issues of castes, both of them have their own unholy acts that they have committed. And of course, now they are undoing it. But if you really have to identify who deserves the credit to this, it is those working class or government employees who united against the government's decision to not conduct census and had series of rallies and protests and functions to educate people about that. And that's the kind of pinnacle of today's kind of outcome of the government doing it. Rahul Gandhi did not wake up one day and thought about doing census. He was defeated back and forth by the very voters that he was pitching against. Now it is to the credit of the president of Congress Party, who himself is a staunch anti-caste leader, who is a social justice warrior, Mallikarjun Kharge. I think that influence has played a part. But neither these ruling parties, even the communists for that matter, did not lend support. So when we undermine the cause of Dalits or the backward caste people, the history is far too long. In South, it was Periyar. It was the movement here that continued onwards for the backward class representation. And I think we ought to give credit to those names and those leaders who are not mentioned neither by Congress or BJP.
Point taken. I think both the Congress and the BJP should not take credit here. It is the working class and their efforts over years which has yielded the results today, Bhavya.
Even after having the whole evidence of how we consistently strive towards this, if you want to say something like this, that's fine. Yeah, of course. Without the people, we wouldn't be putting the pressure on the government, and we wouldn't be putting it in our manifesto as well, because it was a very participative exercise we did before creating our manifesto. But this caste census, just by announcing this, we will not let BJP sleep on it and use this as an eyewash, right? One thing, they need to announce the timeline before which they're going to implement this. 2, the budget and the plan which they will be following. 3, just now the BJP spokesperson said they will not be increasing the cap to increase the 50% which has been given in the constitution. According to why they can always amend it, because the whole purpose of caste census, caste census to identify the communities which are socially, economically and educationally backward and make sure they are representative at the highest level, even in the power structure, right?
Clearly the Congress spokesperson is not aware of the triple test doctrine. So, I think they need to enlighten themselves better. But fact is, historically, Modi government thrives upon challenges, whether it was the abrogation of Article 370, whether it was the historic Waqf Amendment Act, or now, the caste census, which has not happened from 1931, we will execute a flawless, impeccable caste census, which will further lead to inclusive development. And conducting this caste census after 100 years, without political motives and with the best of intent for the country, will set a new paradigm for development.
All right, we have really come to the end of this discussion. Thank you so much for joining us, Tuhin Sinha, Bhavya, Amitabh Tiwari, Dr. Suraj, and Professor Badri Narayan. Shifting focus to a newsmaker who's joining me at the moment, Professor Manoj Jha is our RJD MP. Professor Jha, really appreciate your time. A year and a half ago, and we'll be playing a part of that speech as well, Professor Jha, you had said in a speech that it is only this government which can implement caste census. So are we to believe that you also understood the political will Prime Minister Modi can display, or was it also about the numerical strength that the government had and has, and hence, because of that power, it can go ahead with the decision of this nature today?
Maria, let me make a very small modification in your statement. I had not said the government can do it. I said the government will have to do it. Now, why did I say that? Because something which I have been saying, I said it in the parliament also, that an idea which has arrived, you cannot set it aside. Caste census was an idea. I think the voices began from 1978, 78, 79, particularly after the Mandal Commission when it had to rely on 1931 census. At the subterranean level, these voices were there. Subsequently, it was amplified by Laluji, late Mulayam Singh ji, late Sharad Yadav ji, and I would say even leaders like Gopinath Munde from within the BJP. Hence, 2011 census was agreed upon that they'll have an amalgamation, the data of which never saw the light of the day. Now, when I had said that, because after that in Bihar, when Tejaswi ji came to power for 17 months, it was done through its own resources. BJP tried to block it. They went to the extent of saying, kept on saying till late that caste census will increase casteism. I mean, without understanding the sociological, anthropological implications of it. I'm very glad that the Bahujan will has ensured cutting across almost all political parties started understanding the implication, the importance of this live data, contemporary data of scientific nature, which will help state governments and union governments to have a very focused development priorities and policies.
Professor Chan, let's look at Bihar in particular, because 6 months to go for Bihar elections. Many are seeing this as a decision which has been taken keeping the upcoming Bihar elections on mind. What do you think is the political impact going to be on Bihar?
The Prime Minister is free to take this decision. Even then we'll welcome it. If he has done it, keeping in view in Bihar election, there is something core ideology. The core ideology of BJP is not in sync with these kind of issues which impact the subaltern grammar, subaltern priorities. We had been raising it, DMK had been raising it, of late Congress also was raising it. Importance is, let's not look at it through the election lens. These are the decisions, and I tell you, historic decisions have been taken in this country in different kind of phases. For this decision to hold a caste census, this idea had arrived in a big way. Prime Minister and his party was in a denial mode. They kept on saying that we don't need it. It will enhance casteism. And we kept on arguing that, look, this will put an end to caste-based discrimination and denial. I am glad Honorable Prime Minister has seen the brighter side of this issue, thanks to the leaders who had been speaking about caste-based census and the urgency of it.
But sir, don't you think that Prime Minister Modi's predecessors have much to explain? That they had a political opportunity which they actually missed. If it is about caste census, then Mr. Modi can well claim that he and his government walked the talk.
Look, till date, we don't know. Because when I asked this question in the parliament, 2018 I came to parliament and I asked specifically what happened to that data which was collected in 2011. This government responded to me by saying that the data got corrupted. I don't know how anthropological, sociological data could get corrupted. I have not understood it so far. They thought they can put it in the back burner, the people will forget about it. Ironically and interestingly, and fortunately, people did not forget about it. There were more voices which talked about caste-based census, urgency of it. You must do it. You must do it. Even BJP leaders, when I used to take it on behalf of my party in 0 hour or a special mention, they will come and tell me in the canteen or central hall that yes, we need it. We need it. So there was a disconnect between BJP top leadership and the people who came from those socio-economic background.
My last question to you would be, to the academician in you, because you wear multiple hats besides a politician. How would you look at the fear which is coming in that this could lead to a demand of reservation also in a private sector?
Look, I don't know, Maria, frankly speaking, how do we treat private sector as the holy cow? A sacrosanct kind of thing. Let me tell you, first of all, I've said it on the floor of the House. The private sector is not that private. It thrives on lot many things which the public, the state gives it. So, and private sector has to understand and reflect the diversity of India. If you don't reflect the diversity of India, you actually are betraying the mandate which the government itself gives to you.
All right, Professor Manoj, I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us on what is being seen as a big decision, a landmark decision which has been taken by Prime Minister Modi's government. Lots of reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
आज हम लोगों की ताकत देखिए, समाजवादियों की ताकत देखिए कि इनको हमारे ही एजेंडे पर जो है काम करना पड़ रहा है। तो अब हमारी अगली लड़ाई ये होगी कि जब ये जनगणना होगी जिसमें इंक्लूड किया जाएगा कास्ट सेंसस का भी, तब उसके बाद जब नतीजे आएंगे देश के जो विधानसभा चुनाव में हमारी मांग रहेगी कि पिछड़ों और अति पिछड़ों के लिए भी, जैसे दलित और आदिवासी भाइयों का आरक्षित सीटें हैं, जो है आरक्षित सीटें जो है वो करनी पड़ेगी।
ನಮ್ಮ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಫೆಸ್ಟೋನಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸೋಷಿಯೋ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಬರೀ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ, ಸೋಷಿಯೋ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಬರೀ ಈಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜನಗಣತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಅದೇ ಸರಿಯಪ್ಪ. ಸೋಷಿಯೋ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ सोशियो इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ.
कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन के नेताओं में श्रेय लेने की होड़ लगी हुई है। मैं श्री राहुल गांधी जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, पहले जवाब देना होगा कांग्रेस ने क्यों नहीं की जातिगत जनगणना। कांग्रेस ने हमेशा जातिगत जनगणना का विरोध किया। झूठ बोलना और भ्रम फैलाना ये कांग्रेस के डीएनए में है।
ये बड़ा और ऐतिहासिक फैसला है जिसके लिए मैं अपनी तरफ से, मेरी पार्टी लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास की तरफ से, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं। मेरे बिहार की 14 करोड़ जनता की तरफ से और समस्त देशवासियों की तरफ से मुझे लगता है आज एक लंबी जो हम लोगों की इच्छा थी, मांग थी, ख्वाहिश थी, आज हर उस देशवासी की इस ख्वाहिश को मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने पूरा करने का कार्य किया। जातीय जनगणना का सबसे ज़्यादा असर देश के तमाम उन गरीब जातियों से आने वाले लोगों को होगा जो संभवतः अभी तक मुख्य धारा के साथ नहीं जुड़ पाए हैं, केंद्र राज्य सरकार की योजनाओं का उस स्तर पर लाभ नहीं ले पाए हैं जो अपेक्षित था।
This has been a long-standing demand of the opposition parties, the Congress, the DMK and other parties which believe in positive social justice, that we needed some sort of a data for reservation or for other welfare measures which had to be targeted to the population which deserves. So this is something that we have been asking the union government to do. Now the BJP has understood that it is a genuine question or the genuine demand of the people that was put by opposition.
With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition of The Last Word, a decision which will have huge socio-political, economic impact in the next few months and perhaps years and decades in India. Vishnu?
That's great. And we're looking at that on left, right and centre. Has the BJP stolen the opposition's thunder?
Absolutely.
Just ahead of the elections in Bihar, what's going to happen? And also coming up on this program, we'll be looking at 100 days of the Trump government in America. What's that India relationship been? It's been great by and large, but there are some areas of concern. And of course, also the big question people are asking, what about the military plans against Pakistan? There's been this huge concern after the Pahalgam terror attack. What's next?
Hello.
Hello, Moto.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you.
Good evening, welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I am Vishnu Shom. As President Donald Trump marks 100 days in office, the India-US relationship remains a focal point amidst a turbulent global landscape. Prime Minister Modi's early visit to Washington and Vice President Vance's trip to India signaled robust diplomatic ties. Despite trade tensions, with Trump imposing a 27% tariff on Indian goods paused until July, cooperation thrives in many areas, including counter-terrorism, highlighted by the extradition of the 2008 Mumbai attack suspect Taha Rana. Both nations are navigating immigration and trade challenges, aiming for a balanced partnership. So we'll be looking at what 100 days of Trump has meant for the relationship between Washington and New Delhi, but we'll also be looking at Trump in this 100 days. There have been a series of controversial moves which have been made. Where is that leading America? Where is that leading the world? Up after that, in a stunning move, the BJP announces a nationwide caste census, meeting a long-standing opposition demand. This strategic decision, aimed at addressing social equity and electoral dynamics, has caught critics off guard. The census is set to begin next year. It could reshape India's political landscape. Will it have an impact on the forthcoming Bihar elections? That's the big question. And finally, Pakistan has escalated tensions again, this time by initiating unprovoked firing across the international border in Jammu's Pargwal sector Tuesday night. We wake up each and every morning with news of firing overnight. It's an extremely tense line of control. But it's been a week, more than that, since the attack in Kashmir took place, in which 26 tourists were dead. India has been responding post the Pahalgam terror attack. What happens next? But first, let's move on to our big focus this morning, 100 days of Donald Trump. Let's bring in our guests at this stage. Ambassador Yash Sinha, Matt Klink is a Republican strategist, and Michael Owens, the mayor of Mableton, Georgia, member of the Democratic Party. Thank you all very much for being with us. Ambassador Sinha, if we look at the India link so far, how do you look at where we are going with trade? I mean, there is a sense that the terms of reference have been laid out, have been spelt out, and that India and the US could be sorting out their trade differences and getting into a proper agreement. If that does take place, would India be an early mover in sort of sorting out trade issues with the United States?
Thank you, Vishnu, for having me. I certainly hope so, because I'm quite optimistic going by the statements being made on both sides. And I think we have been seriously engaging our US interlocutors. And I'm hopeful that by this fall, at least, we would have a deal which would be a win-win situation for both sides. And I think that is something that we're all optimistic about. We do hope it does happen.
Matt Link, America and India have a very close relationship. We've seen Prime Minister Modi being one of the first to actually get into the United States. How much of that relationship is driven by the chemistry between Trump and Modi? I ask this because there are some fairly serious differences, for example, on immigration issues facing Indian nationals, on education, on trade, tariffs, etc.
I think we must...
Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Clinton.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Vishnu, for having me. I think a lot of it is driven by Trump's close relationship with Prime Minister Modi. And I think, look, there's a realization in America that as China is increasingly more viewed as an adversary, that the relationship with India is going to take on greater and greater importance. That's why I think that the Trump administration and the Indian government are working so hard to cement a more fair bilateral trade deal. Because I think, look, India is very important, the world's largest democracy, and especially in the part of the world where you are, China is going to become increasingly problematic. They have literally ripped off the United States for the better part of 20 years under Democrat and Republican administrations. And I think that our efforts to crack down on them on trade, it's a non-kinetic engagement with China for the very purpose that we want to avoid a kinetic